The first rebirth, awesome. So awesome. Absolutely amazing. The second rebirth, huh? So I get to play again. The third rebirth, har har. I can keep going with my unfinished business. The 100th rebirth, why is this happening? The 1000th rebirth, I was wrong. The 3000th rebirth, just let me die. The 6666th rebirth, I must be a fool. Chapter 1, Oh, I've reborn again, as expected. Although Tang Buding had woken up, he lay lazily on the bed, not wanting to move at all. His eyes wandered aimlessly, and by chance, he caught sight of a high school advanced math workbook on the table. In that instant, Tang Buding's mind quickly flashed through the complete proof of Fermat's last theorem, the solution to the four-color theorem, the process for proving the Riemann hypothesis, various curvature calculation formulas, nth order derivatives. However, as he kept thinking, Tang Buding suddenly raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap. Damn it, why am I even thinking about this? There's no math problem in this world that can stump me anymore. Tang Buding, age 19, was an ordinary senior in high school. His aptitude was also pretty average. There were likely millions of high school seniors just like him across China. But his experiences were unique not just in China but across the world. Nobody else had gone through a legendary journey like his. He had been reborn 6,666 times. Every time he reached the age of 66, he would die, and upon waking, he would find himself back in his senior year, preparing for the college entrance exams. In other words, he had already lived for more than 300,000 years. In this nearly infinite cycle, he had worked in almost every profession imaginable in this world. Perhaps because he was a Virgo, even though his aptitude wasn't outstanding, he had to achieve perfection in any career he chose. For example, he had once spent 1,697 lifetimes studying mathematics, solving nearly every known math problem in the world. Another 62 lifetimes were devoted to physics, earning him over 100 Nobel Prizes in physics. 51 lifetimes were spent mastering chemistry. Tang Buding had once owned the highest valued company and grew tired of being a ruthless CEO. He was also the world's most successful salesperson, the best-selling author who could sell combs to monks. His autobiography, written after turning 60, became a global bestseller, requiring millions of copies reprinted each year with royalties flooding in. As the world's most knowledgeable and skilled appraiser, he could identify the authenticity of anything from antiques to wine, porcelain to famous paintings, and luxury goods with just a glance. Biologist, doctor, judge, lawyer, worker, songwriter, programmer, hardware genius, celebrity. Ordinary careers aside, to bring some fun into his boring life, he even tried a variety of obscure and unusual jobs: mercenary, mortician, waste collector, delivery guy, cab driver, and he even went to the Caribbean to be a pirate. All right, his past plans had maxed out every profession he could think of. This time, after awakening, he felt like he had no goals left and just wanted to slack off. Maybe he'd just lie on the bed like this. However, Tang Buding, still lying in bed at this hour. Time for school. A sudden roar startled Tang Buding out of his daze. Despite being an ancient freak who had reincarnated thousands of times, he still couldn't resist that terrifying voice. It was, after all, his mother. Oh! Tang Buding responded lazily, then sluggishly got up, partly because of his mother's threat and partly because he was hungry. Though he only wanted to slack off, his stomach was honest. Maybe he could spend another life as a food critic. Just as this idea crossed his mind, Tang Buding quickly shook his head to rid himself of the thought. The Michelin 3-star dishes he tasted so many times now made him nauseous just thinking about them. All right, maybe this life he'd just become a freeloader and do absolutely nothing. But then, how should he score on the college entrance exam? Hurry up and eat your breakfast. If you fail today's math mock exam again, watch out for a beating. His mom yelled as she brandished a spatula at him, who was brushing his teeth lazily. Got it, Tang Buding replied casually, glancing at the fierce woman beside him. How boring. After all, this woman, who shared his closest blood ties, lived longer than him in every lifetime. Yet every time he reincarnated, she seemed to remember nothing except his terrible math grades from his original life. So should he make her happy this time? But if he made her happy now and then handed in a blank paper in the real exam, wouldn't the shock be too much for her? As he ate breakfast, countless mischievous thoughts ran through Tang Buding's mind. After breakfast, he even made a special trip to check on his dad, Tang Dazhuang, who was still snoring away in the room out of respect. After all, his father had passed early at age 70, and it had been many years since he'd last seen him in his previous life. Only then did Tang Buding lazily head out the door to school. Hey, watch the road. Are you blind? Tang Buding, lost in thought about what score to aim for in the mock exam, had nearly stepped in front of an oncoming car while crossing the street. However, the car screeched to a stop just 10 centimeters away, and a seemingly pretty woman stuck her head out the window to scold him. Yeah, maybe you should just hit me, Tang Buding replied weakly, glancing at the little Nissan. Are you crazy? Do you have medicine on you? He replied, still in his lazy tone. Chen Lingling felt on the verge of exploding. Today was her first day on the job as a teacher, and she was rushing to invigilate a senior class at Xingcheng High School. She accidentally overslept, was driving a bit fast, and nearly hit Tang Buding, who wasn't watching the road. It would been fine, but when she scolded him, he acted as if he was in the right. To be fair, Tang Buding was innocent. He actually wanted the woman to run him over, but that was impossible. He had long grown tired of life, but he couldn't die before age 66. He tried hanging himself with steel cables only for them to snap, throwing himself into war zones in the Middle East and taking 87 bullets without a scratch on any vital organs, even being resuscitated after being hit. Can you believe it? Even jumping into the sea led to a friendly whale rescuing him. Drinking poison? His body would spit it out before he even swallowed it. Everything he did was in vain, causing him immense frustration. Damn it. An insane life with no reasonable explanation. Lunatic. Finally, glancing at the time, Chen Lingling decided to let it go. She turned her steering wheel and drove off. Tang Buding looked regretfully at the retreating car. This woman was way too timid. He had really wanted her to hit him, wouldn't that be a perfect excuse to skip the college entrance exam? And so, Tang Buding arrived at school and walked into his noisy class. The timing was perfect. Just as he sat down, the self-study bell rang. Hey, Buding, did you hear? Old Deng is in the hospital, so we're getting a new, beautiful substitute teacher today, his desk mate Chi Chen said with a mysterious look. Okay, Tang Buding responded lazily, not even bothering to look at Chi Chen's face, which he'd grown tired of long ago. But after a moment's thought, he decided to ask, by the way, there's a math mock exam today. What score do you think I should aim for? He didn't want to think about it anymore and decided to leave the choice to someone else. But with your math grades, what score would be appropriate? How about a perfect 150? Chi Chen scoffed at Tang Buding. A perfect score? Tang Buding shrugged. Too easy. Not fun. Sure, keep bragging. Alright, I dare you to get 140 or above. Be specific. 146. Alright, 146 it is, Tang Buding reluctantly nodded. Chapter 2, Please let me keep slacking. To survive the life of a high school senior, you must master the art of finding joy amidst hardship. For the seniors at Bei High, this is a familiar concept. Although 8 is considered a lucky number in Chinese culture, Bei High itself isn't prestigious, not even a district-level key school. Every year, only a handful of students manage to get into top universities. Class 3, where Tang Pudding isn't a top class either. Its average performance hovers slightly below mid-level, and teachers don't have high expectations for students who just hope to scrape by with a bachelor's degree. The class leader, Qin Yao, ranks around 60th in the whole grade and scored 112 on the last math mock exam. As for Tang Pudding, he ranked 28th in class on the last exam, scoring 72 in math. So, when Tang Pudding reluctantly nodded and told Chi Chen he'd score exactly 146 on the math exam today, the kid got excited. Before the teacher arrived, Chi Chen stood up and announced, "Hey, everyone, listen up. Tang Pudding just said he'll score 146 on the math test today, not a point more or less. Let us give him a hand." Instantly, the already rowdy class burst into applause and cheers, with some classmates playfully shouting, "Long live Pudding! May he rule the world for generations." In previous lifetimes, Tang Pudding might have stood up, puffed his chest, struck a dramatic pose, and relished in the attention before delivering the promised punchline. But now, he wasn't in the mood. He just wanted to slack off, ideally for the rest of this life. So, even as the classroom grew lively, he didn't lift an eyelid and continued staring blankly ahead. Silence. Are you even high school seniors? An annoyed, sharp voice snapped from the classroom doorway. When Chen Lingling hurried to class 3, the chaotic scene she saw soured her already not-so-great mood. This was the class she'd be subbing for over the next week? She couldn't believe it. Old Deng had assured her that class 3 students were well-behaved and easy to handle. The room fell silent immediately, with countless eyes turning toward the young teacher who had stepped up to the lectern. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Lingling. Your teacher, Mr. Deng, is in the hospital due to an injury, so I'll be covering his classes this week to help you with your final math review. Today, Mr. Chen gave me permission to take over this self-study period. So, let me ask, why are you goofing off when there are only 13 days left until the college entrance exams? Who's the class leader here? Stand up and explain. Head buried in her book, Qin Yao stood up, glanced at the day's Tang Pudding, and said, Ms. Chen, Tang Pudding's desk mate, Qi Chen, just announced that Tang Pudding intends to score 146 on today's math exam, so everyone was just reacting to that. Tang Pudding? Chen Lingling instinctively flipped through Mr. Deng's student roster, finding his name quickly. It stood out, along with a sea of red ink marking his math scores. Evidently, this Tang Pudding hadn't passed math in the last 3 months, with a high score of 82 on what must have been an easier test. Chen Lingling was speechless. Which one of you is Tang Pudding? Huh? Still zoning out, Tang Pudding raised his head when he heard his name. He glanced briefly at the figure on the podium. She looked familiar. That's me, he replied lazily, still not bothering to stand. He just wanted to keep slacking. You? Chen Lingling followed the sound and immediately looked excited. Yes, that's me. Tang Pudding suddenly remembered who she was. Stand up. Oh. Tang Pudding reluctantly got to his feet. You said you're aiming for a score of 146 on today's test. Honestly, Maram, it doesn't matter how much I score. I consulted Qi Chen, and he thought 146 would be appropriate, so let's go with that. I really don't care either way. Tang Pudding replied casually. It was just how he felt. You fine? The test is about to begin, so I'll go get the papers. Chen Lingling said, exasperated. Seeing Tang Pudding's lazy expression made her even angrier. She had seen arrogant students, but never one who boasted so nonchalantly. As a young teacher with principles, Chen Lingling wasn't about to argue further with this lethargic kid. She believed in teaching him a lesson by letting reality speak for itself. In fact, she couldn't wait to use the test to show him the rigor of mathematics. The test is 2 hours long. Start now. The classroom instantly fell into silence, with most students frowning as they looked over their test papers. But Tang Pudding was different. When his test was handed out, he continued to zone out. What should he do with this life? Hey, the test has started. Are you really that lost? Chen Lingling had quietly walked up behind him. Seeing him still dazed, she couldn't help but scoff and scold him. What's the rush? These questions only take half an hour. Tang Pudding lazily waved a hand as if swatting away a fly. You. Fine, I'll start, Tang Pudding muttered, finally picking up his pen and focusing on the paper. Now, how many points was he aiming for again? Oh, right, 146. But this exam was so boring. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could get back to daydreaming. His hand flew across the paper, hardly touching his scratch paper except to note a few intermediary steps. Chen Lingling, who had been about to walk away, found herself frozen, watching as he filled in answers rapidly. Was he just guessing all the multiple-choice answers? The thought crossed her mind as he moved on to the fill-in-the-blanks, just as quickly. He can't be guessing those, too. Before she could process it, he'd already finished the short answer questions. Let us see how he tackles the long-form questions, she thought, hoping for a humbling moment. To her shock, he was writing as swiftly as ever. And wait, was he using calculus? Teacher, I'm finished. Scored it at 146. No need to check, Tang Pudding said, holding out the test sheets. He asked sincerely, may I resume my daydreaming now? Tang Pudding was genuinely sincere. Right now, all he wanted was to keep slacking off. He figured it was likely a symptom of rebirth syndrome. Chapter 3, A Perfect Guess. Chen Lingling took the test paper from Tang Pudding and returned to the podium. Glancing at the time, she realized that 31 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. Subtracting the few minutes Tang Pudding had spent daydreaming, he had completed the paper in about 25 minutes. Well, his answer speed was impressive, but what did he mean by saying, 146 points, no need to check? Narrowing her eyes, Chen Lingling didn't bother observing the other students. She picked up a red pen, deciding to grade this strange paper on the spot. The first question surprisingly, it's correct. Second question also correct. All the multiple choice questions. Flawless? With each question she graded, Chen Lingling couldn't help but glance up at him. But to her disappointment, Tang Pudding was just staring blankly at the ceiling, as if it held some fascination. Hey, Tang Pudding, why does Ms. Chen keep looking at you? What kind of shocking stuff did you write on that test paper? Chi Chen whispered, curiosity piqued. I just answered for 146 points, Tang Pudding replied casually. 146 points. Watching Tang Pudding's dazed expression, Chi Chen felt an urge to shake him. Could this guy stop bluffing just once? Chi Chen was only so alert because today's test was incredibly hard, and he barely knew how to solve any questions. 146. What's the big deal? I even told her not to bother grading it, Tang Pudding mumbled, lost in thought about his future. At that moment, Chi Chen felt a chill. He looked up and saw Chen Lingling's gaze fixed directly on him. His frustration quickly vanished. Finally, peace returned to the classroom, and Tang Pudding could drift back into his laziness. It felt wonderful to simply idle without a care. As for the frequent glances cast his way, well, a truly lazy person wouldn't care about something as trivial as a stare, would they? Chen Lingling was utterly speechless. What in the world? What's with this guy? He completed the test in half an hour, and all the multiple choice, fill in the blank, and true or false questions were correct. Could he have memorized the answers? Even so. Seeing his methods on the written answers left her on the brink of despair. As a recent math graduate from a prestigious university and a two-time bronze medalist at the International Mathematical Olympiad, she had confidence in her problem-solving skills. Compared to a high schooler, she should be on a whole other level. But why was this guy's approach to each problem so unconventional? Yes, the questions were challenging, but did every problem really require the use of calculus and linear algebra? And the final question, did he seriously apply the mean value theorem? Is that even part of the high school curriculum? As much as she hated to admit it, all his answers were indeed correct. His logical reasoning in the proof questions was meticulous and precise. She couldn't have written it any better herself. Chen Lingling was on the verge of breaking down. This was just an ordinary school. And class 3 was supposed to be a regular class. This guy, who had never passed a single math test, was able to produce a paper like this? With this kind of performance, Tang Pudding could probably secure a spot at Tsinghua or Peking University. With his speed and accuracy, he could easily take gold at the Math Olympiad. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Lingling almost forgot that, because she had started the test early, the class had now gone 10 minutes over the allotted time. Time's up. Hand in your papers. As she snapped out of her daze, only 15 minutes remained until the end of the class. Amidst groans of frustration, the students submitted their tests. Many had noticed Tang Pudding handing in his paper early. However, few believed he had submitted a serious attempt. Actually, it wasn't the test paper that seemed dubious, it was just hard to believe that the answers on it would be genuine. No way. The questions on this test were practically at the Olympiad level. One student couldn't help but ask, Ms. Chen, how many points did the 146 points guy get? Chen Lingling hesitated. Despite her dislike for Tang Pudding's indifferent expression and tendency to argue, as a teacher, she couldn't deny the truth. With a neutral expression, she replied, Class, Tang Pudding did exceptionally well on this test. I carefully reviewed his answers, and he should be able to score a perfect score. After a moment, she added with a slight smile, although Tang Pudding didn't achieve the 146 points he claimed, a perfect score demonstrates his skills. I hope you all can learn from him. The class burst into a frenzy. What? Did they hear that right? Tang Pudding scored a perfect 150. How was that even possible? Had he ever passed math before? How could he suddenly achieve a perfect score? All eyes turned to Tang Pudding, who continued to gaze lazily at the ceiling. Among the students, Chi Chen was the most animated, shaking Tang Pudding by the shoulder as he exclaimed, Whoa, Pudding! Weren't you aiming for 146 points? Why did Ms. Chen say you scored perfectly? How did you do it? Did you memorize the answers? Huh? Perfect score? No way, it was supposed to be 146, Tang Pudding replied, finally returning to reality and glancing at Chi Chen. No, it's a perfect score. I reviewed your paper carefully. Chen Lingling emphasized, claiming he'd score 146, but ending up with 150. Couldn't he stick to his word? Chen Lingling knew her thoughts were silly, but she couldn't help it. Ms. Chen, you didn't grade it carefully. For the proof question in the second to last section, I made an error in the initial proof process, resulting in a correct answer by accident. Based on the scoring criteria, I should lose 4 points for that step. I just ensured the final answer was correct to keep the following steps accurate. You can check it if you'd like. Tang Pudding remarked indifferently. Chapter 4, Embracing the Role of a Troublemaker with No Ambitions. Chen Lingling instinctively picked up the test paper with the large question and scrutinized it closely. She didn't want to speak to anyone, but felt she had to, otherwise it would feel even more embarrassing. With a mix of frustration and disbelief, she questioned, you have the ability to score full marks, so why aim for only 146? Don't you realize that even a 1-point difference could keep you from getting into the university of your dreams? Tang Buding found her words unexpectedly reasonable. Right, if he could score full marks, why not just do it? Then again, why would he even want to go to college? He'd already grown so bored that he'd attended practically every university in the world at some point, and if he were to apply to a university now, would the professors even be able to teach him anything? Such a dilemma. Wait, what was he thinking about again? Seeing Tang Buding drift back into a daze, Chen Lingling was left speechless. Was he ignoring her as his substitute teacher now? Actually, the entire class of 46 students was equally stunned. What had they just heard? Tang Buding had actually scored 146? And not only that he had the capacity for a full score but intentionally scored 146, only reminding the teacher to double-check after nearly missing it herself. How outrageous. Was this guy defying all odds? Or had he been pretending to be bad at math all this time? That seemed to be the only explanation. After all, math wasn't like other subjects where you could cram and see sudden improvement. It required understanding and constant practice. So, what was going on? The next moment, the bell rang, saving the young teacher from further embarrassment. Grabbing the papers she'd just collected, she bolted out of the room without even a customary class dismissed. Today had shaken her worldview, and she needed to find someone to explain who this Tang Buding was, daring to toy with his teachers in this way. As soon as the teacher left, a crowd gathered around Tang Buding, bombarding him with questions from all directions. Though the wording varied, the general sentiment was the same. How did you suddenly get so good at math? Come on, spill it. Chi Chen demanded fiercely. Did you sneak a look at the answer sheet and memorize the answers ahead of time? Chi Chen's question echoed the thoughts of many. After all, Tang Buding had turned in his paper in just half an hour and scored so high such a feat was nothing short of miraculous. Even the usually indifferent class president, sitting at her seat with a feigned air of disinterest, couldn't help but perk up her ears to catch Tang Buding's response. What there to say? Tang Buding replied lazily, long accustomed to situations like this. You're not getting away without explaining. Chi Chen threatened, and the others joined in with encouragement. Yeah, Tang Buding, share your story. We're all dying to know. Fine. The truth is, I've been reincarnated, Tang Buding said with a shrug. You know, when you die and close your eyes and never wake up again. Well, I'm special. When I closed my eyes, I just opened them right back up, and it was this morning again. Silence fell over the group, only to be shattered by an eruption of laughter. Oh, come on, Tang Buding. Did you lose your mind today? Clearly, this is some serious case of internet novel syndrome. Tang Buding, your imagination is unbeatable. So, did you come back with a mission, like protecting the mother of humanity or something? The room erupted into playful jeering and laughter, filling the air with a newfound energy. The students even forgot that Tang Buding had nearly aced the math test. Truthfully, managing to score exactly what you set out to achieve was harder than just getting a perfect score. Tang Buding had grown used to the teasing. During his earlier reincarnations, he'd been meticulous about keeping his rebirth a secret, not daring to tell anyone. But after hundreds, maybe thousands of loops, and realizing he was practically immortal, he stopped seeing it as something to hide. It was his fault no one believed him. He couldn't exactly beg these clueless kids to take him seriously, could he? Tang Buding, you're really just a troublemaker. Finally, the class president, Qin Yao, who had been quietly eavesdropping from her seat, stood up and shouted. A beautiful girl yelling always carried a certain charm, especially when she was the class president. The crowd of rowdy boys instantly fell silent. Tang Buding's eyes lit up. The class president was right, it wasn't a bad idea to be a troublemaker. After all, he had no real ambitions left. He'd done everything worth doing and experienced all there was to experience. Why not try stirring things up for a change? Whether he left a positive or negative legacy, he'd already done it all. Now, to be the most despised troublemaker felt like an entirely new challenge, something fresh and exciting, even. To constantly create trouble, but not too much, just enough to drive people up the wall. That sounded oddly satisfying, didn't it? Har har, a troublemaker. I like that. Great idea, President. I finally found my purpose in life. Tang Buding said with a lazy but determined tone. Rest assured, I will become the most successful troublemaker this world has ever seen. Absolutely unparalleled. It wasn't that Tang Buding didn't want to sound serious, he just couldn't bring himself to care enough, even if he was honestly excited about this new challenge. Yu Qin Yao glared at him before turning away, unwilling to waste another word on the lazy troublemaker. It had to be intentional, absolutely intentional. As for his math test, he must be cheated. Yes, cheating was the only plausible explanation. Tang Buding didn't mind her reaction in the slightest. Having finally found his life's goal, he felt he'd accomplished a significant milestone, allowing him to relax once more. The students around him, too, began to disperse, their curiosity about Tang Buding's sudden math prowess gradually fading. Just then, someone shouted, "Hey, check it out." In the forum, Xiong High School is throwing down a challenge to Zhongnan High School, claiming they'll take the top spot in the science section this year. Both schools are already juking it out online. Chapter 5, Afraid I Might Get Arrogant. The exclamation instantly sparked curiosity among the students. Those who had secretly brought their phones quickly took them out and entered the forum to join the action. This, apparently, was what the war between prestigious schools looked like. There was no doubt about it, both Xiong High and Zhongnan High were the top high schools in Qing City. But for the past couple of years, the city's top science scores had consistently come from Xiong, which was, understandably, a bit embarrassing for Zhongnan. Declaring a challenge on the forum was a show of attitude, a proud stance from the top students of these elite schools, something the teachers likely encouraged. After all, competition promotes progress. Of course, only these two schools had the credentials to start this kind of battle in Qing City. Over the past decade, the top students in the city's college entrance exams had always come from one of these two schools. The forum was an open, public space on the internet, accessible to all students from Qing City's high schools. Naturally, there were plenty of spectators and instigators in the comment section. Class 3 of the 8th middle school was a part of this audience. For these students, it didn't matter who among the elite would emerge as the top scorer, they just enjoyed waving their flags and cheering from the sidelines. However, when Tang Buding heard this juicy gossip, he froze. He'd only just resolved to be an enthusiastic troublemaker, and here was his chance. Taking out his phone, he opened the Baidu forum, found the Xiong High School board, and clicked in. Sure enough, a post by a user named Xu Xiaoqian, Zhongnan Science top student, had issued a challenge, and it was pinned to the top by the administrator. The title and post contained just one sentence: "We're claiming the 2018 top science scorer. Let's see who's the best in a week." Simple, bold, and forceful. Below was a neat row of replies: "Challenge accepted." These were obviously responses from Xiong's top students. Glancing at the 100+ comments that had already pushed the conversation to the second page, Tang Buding realized there was no place for him to jump in. His reply would likely get buried. Thinking for a moment, Tang Buding decided to start a new thread. "You all are overthinking. This year, the top 3 spots in the college entrance exams will be claimed by Qing City's 8th middle school. Students from Xiong and Zhongnan, please start competing for 4th place." The title was modestly punctuated with a period, unlike Xu Xiaoqian's 3 exclamation points. After posting, the bell rang, and Tang Buding stashed his phone in his pocket and resumed his usual daydreaming. Although he was committed to becoming a troublemaker, he believed laziness was essential too. When there was no trouble to stir, zoning out was a pleasant pastime. John Cale, a junior at Huiching University, was taking a quick break, scrolling through YA Seong Hi's forum. As the former top science student from YA Seong 3 years prior, John Cale still had strong feelings for his alma mater. Known for being active online, he served as the forum's moderator. YA Seong's forum didn't usually get much traffic, mostly posts asking about grades and study tips, so it didn't distract him much from his studies. Naturally, with the college entrance exams approaching, the forum was buzzing a bit more than usual. Xu Xiaoqian's challenge post was one he'd personally pinned. It wasn't to flatter Zhang Nan, but rather because he believed competition brought motivation. This kind of challenge between top schools in Qing City would surely boost the morale of his younger schoolmates, which was excellent. And their responses hadn't disappointed him, each was full of fighting spirit. He was just about to leave a few words of encouragement when wait, what was that new post? The 8th middle school was claiming the top 3 spots in this year's college entrance exams. Wait, where did this 8th middle school come from? Had it become a prestigious school recently? He'd never heard of it. Curious, John Cale quickly searched for the name of the school and was soon laughing out loud. Oh, a troublemaker. A school whose top student usually didn't even rank in the city's top 100 was shamelessly claiming the top 3 spots. Who gave them the courage? John Cale took special note of the poster's username, a bucket of tang pudding. What on earth was that? Still, he found the post amusing and, with a playful attitude, decided to pin it too. A little extra motivation for his junior schoolmates couldn't hurt, after all. Pinning Tang Buding's post for fun immediately caused a stir. What was going on? A challenge from Zhang Nan's top students was one thing, but the 8th middle school. Where did they come from? An obscure school was brazenly claiming the city's top 3 spots. Many students were incensed. It wasn't just the seniors, even underclassmen from YA Seong and Zhang Nan felt outraged. To make matters worse, this wasn't only an affront to the 2 top schools, it was a slap in the face to all of Qing City's elite high schools. By the next break, students who initially just wanted to watch the drama between YA Seong and Zhang Nan were now shocked by the audacity of Qing City's 8th middle school. This was some boast. Refreshingly unique, at least. Who cared about Xu Xiaoqian's challenge post? They found the real story. Everyone knew it was news when the unexpected happened. Sarcastic replies poured in under Tang Buding's post, making it the hottest topic on the forum. The 8th middle school claiming the top 3. I don't think so. Ever heard of the phrase, 7 up, 8 down? Funniest joke of the century. A school that has ranked in the top 100 for 10 years now says it's taking the top 3. If Qing City's 8th middle school really takes the top 3, I'll go live stream with a fan on high, mark my words. So I looked up the 8th middle school, scared the heck out of me. It's a fabled land of hidden bulls. Where are they hiding them? Oh, right, this poster has blown them all their way to the sky. And yes, even Tang Buding's classmates were getting involved. When they saw the post, their feelings were complicated, to say the least. Who asked this? A bucket of tang pudding? It couldn't be you, Tang Buding? Yep. Having spent the last class period in a daze, Tang Buding casually pulled out his phone, scrolling through the post with satisfaction as he read each comment. Wow. Look how fast my experience points are climbing. At this rate, I might level up to 10 right away. I'm not even ready. What if I start feeling arrogant? Chapter 6. Who's crazy? So you just want to brag like this just to gain experience? Chi Chen asked with great sorrow. For a high school student, it is not surprising that he has a strong sense of collective honor. Although no one shouts every day that they are proud of Xingqing No. 8 middle school, it is very unpleasant to see a group of peers laughing at him on the forum and not having the courage to fight back. Childish. Tang Pudding glanced at Chi Chen lazily and uttered 2 words. Who are you calling childish? Chi Chen flew into a rage. For a half-grown child, these 2 words were the most annoying. You? Who else? Do I care about things like forum experience? Besides, am I the kind of person who brags about nothing? Tang Pudding asked lazily. You just. Chi Chen suddenly felt something was wrong halfway through his words. He did think that Tang Pudding was bragging just now, but the result of the test paper had been verified by the substitute math teacher, right? So the question is, if the boast is realized, is it still considered bragging? Speaking of this, the person Chi Chen admires most is Jack Ma. Everything this guy said sounded like bragging, but in the end, everything came true. Could Tang Pudding also become such a person? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Chi Chen fiercely denied it. Are you kidding me? How can a lazy guy like Tang Pudding be compared with Marpupper? Marpupper is so hardworking that it is said that his working hours are 007. Okay, I roughly remember that you and Qin Yao were the ones sitting closest to me during the college entrance examination. So now I need to ask you a serious question. Do you hope to be in the top 3 in the city in the college entrance examination 1 week later? Tang Pudding asked in a rare serious tone. Top 3 in the city? Are you kidding? Chi Chen was completely stunned. At the same time, Chen Lingling was holding the phone and yelling, "Brother-in-law, you asked me to substitute for you, why didn't you tell me that there was a math genius in your class?" Teacher Deng Chao, who had just finished putting on a cast in the hospital, was confused when he heard this. What? There's a math genius in our class. Who is it? It seems like there haven't been any transfer students to our class recently. Transfer student? Hearing this, Chen Lingling became even more annoyed and said in a muffled voice, "What transfer student?" "It's the one called Tang Pudding. He is a hidden math genius. How could you not know that?" Tang Pudding. Deng Chao just felt a headache. They were all students he had taught for 3 years, and they were also subjects he taught. How could he not know how good each one was? In his opinion, Tang Pudding was not even smart, and his math grades were always at the bottom. At every parent-teacher conference, he had to leave Tang Pudding's mother alone to show his concern. Now his sister-in-law actually told him that Tang Pudding was a math genius? Who was crazy? Or maybe his sister-in-law was inexperienced and was fooled by that boy Tang Pudding. Well, this seemed to be the only possibility. Well, what makes you think that Tang Pudding is a math genius? Deng Chao asked again cautiously. Why? Wait a minute, I'll hang up first and send you some photos. Then, there was a busy tone on the phone, and within a minute, the phone started vibrating. When Deng Chao opened WeChat, he saw that his sister-in-law had sent him 6 pictures in a row, corresponding to the 6 major questions on today's test paper. After enlarging the photo and carefully analyzing each question, Deng Chao was even more confused. This solution is so fucking amazing. Wait, but who wrote this? Before he could figure out what was going on, the other side sent another video. After the call was connected, Chen Lingling's pretty little face was full of resentment. Have you finished reading it? What do you think? He asked in the same questioning tone. What do you think? Who did this paper? Don't say it was you who did it. Deng Chao was still confused. What could he feel? This paper obviously had nothing to do with Tang Pudding. Would I do this on purpose? I would even get the first question of a big question wrong just to lose for points. Chen Lingling said angrily. There is such a thing. Deng Chao was stunned. He didn't even notice that there was a wrong question. This was done by that Tang Pudding. I tell you, it only took him half an hour to finish the entire test paper. He even made a mistake on purpose in order to get only 146 points. Chen Lingling said firmly. But this word is written better than Tang Pudding. It's much better looking. Deng Chao suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. Har har. I stood behind him and watched him complete the entire process of answering the paper, and you actually said that this was not his handwriting. Brother-in-law, you are such a failure as a teacher. It seems that I really overestimated you before. After saying that, Chen Lingling hung up the video call, leaving Deng Chao sitting on the hospital bed in a daze with a confused look on his face. What are you daydreaming about? Chen Qianqian asked casually after she finished the formalities and saw her husband sitting on the hospital bed with a confused look on his face. No, I have to go back to school. Are you crazy? Didn't you agree with the school that Lingling would help you out for 2 days? Why don't you get well soon? You'll be busy on the day of the college entrance exam. Why are you going back now? Did Lingling do something wrong? No, I have to go and see if your sister is crazy or I am crazy. Deng Chao was too lazy to explain, he didn't know how to explain. While Chi Chen was still in a daze, Tang Pudding had already stood up lazily, walked to Qin Yao's desk with a swagger, and knocked on Qin Yao's desk rudely. What? Qin Yao, who was reading an English book, asked impatiently. Do you want to be in the top 3 in the city? Tang Pudding asked confidently. Qin Yao glared at Tang Pudding as if she was looking at an idiot. I know you don't trust me yet, so why don't you stay after school? I want to give you some proof. Tang Pudding said this bluntly and turned back to his seat. Qin Yao couldn't help but chase after him, grabbed Tang Pudding's school uniform sleeve, and asked, What do you want to prove? Prove that I have the ability to make you rank among the top 3 in the city. This time it was Tang Pudding's turn to retaliate. He side-glanced at Qin Yao, also as if he was looking at an idiot. Just you? Top 3 in the city. Qin Yao said disdainfully. You are wrong. I am definitely number 1 in the city and the province. Well, of course I will also be number 1 among all the provinces taking the same test in the country. The top 3 in the city I mentioned are you and this young man. Tang Pudding casually pointed at Qi Chen who was sitting next to him. Both of them are going crazy. Does this guy really think he doesn't have to pay taxes for bragging? Chapter 7 Please don't admire me. Qin Yao hated Tang Pudding's arrogant look. Her disgust even affected her performance in the next physics class exam. This continued until noon when school was over. As a representative of the physics class, she was called to the physics teacher's office for a talk. But the annoying guy Tang Pudding was also there, huh? Even the head teacher, Old Zheng, had his arm in a plaster cast and bandages. Tang Pudding, what's the matter with this paper? Qin Yao's attention was not even focused on what the physics teacher said to him. It was completely filled with the conversation not far away. What's going on? Qin Yao felt angry when she heard the lazy voice. This is not your word. Give me a pen. Can I use this piece of draft paper? He still spoke lazily, and then the powerful old Deng suddenly got stuck. Also, Mr. Deng, is this the problem you are solving? Your thinking is wrong. You should draw 2 auxiliary lines at these 2 places. You see, this will form 2 asymmetric parabolas. According to Lambert's theorem. Qin Yao was stunned. What is this guy doing? Proving that the handwriting is his own and teaching Lao Deng how to do the test. Who is the teacher? Who is the student? Qin Yao was stunned, and old Deng was even more shocked. He has raised a child for 3 years, no, he has taught a student for 3 years. How could he not know how good he is? His math score is like that of a primary school student playing King of Glory, very unreliable. But what was going on with this test paper? The test paper was fine, but the question on his desk was the most difficult question in last year's World Mathematical Olympiad. This guy solved it in a few seconds, and he even explained the process clearly, even better than he did. Was he still Tang Pudding? And how come this character is suddenly written so well? Lao Deng felt that if he wasn't crazy, then the world must be crazy. Or was it because of his fall that Tang Pudding finally came to his senses? How did you do it? Old Deng murmured. I have been reborn 6,666 times. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Tang Pudding said sincerely. Old Deng glared at this guy. This kid's personality hasn't he changed? He's still so naughty. Or maybe he has suddenly become wise. Although geniuses are always rare in this world, rarity does not mean extinction, okay? It seems that there is only this explanation. As for rebirth 6,666 times, it's just a joke. Okay, stop kidding me. You have this talent, so don't waste it. You must do well in the college entrance examination and strive to be admitted to Tsinghua University or Peking University, so that your teacher can be proud. Old Deng raised his still usable arm and patted Tang Pudding on the shoulder. Hey, Qin Yao, what are you thinking about? Forget it, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I won't add more pressure to you. Go back and review the parts that I pointed out to you before, do you hear me? Go and have lunch quickly. Yes. I will. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Qin Yao and Tang Pudding walked out of the office together. After all, teachers are not iron men and they also need to eat. Hey, why did your math grades improve so much all of a sudden? Although the guy in front of her was annoying, Qin Yao, who loved learning, couldn't help but ask a question. I've explained it before. Tang Pudding shrugged with a cold attitude. Will you die if you don't brag? Well, if it was in the past, if Tang Pudding dared to treat her like this, Qin Yao would have been too lazy to pay attention to him. But now, Although she hated him so much, she still couldn't help but want to talk to him. This is how the world works. If it was the ordinary Tang Pudding who was so cold, of course no one would care. But Tang Pudding just showed his strong and excellent side. Such a strong and excellent man is so silent and cold, which represents a mature and stable personality. How can you hate him? On the contrary, you will admire him. This is probably why the domineering president is so popular. Boasting. Tang Pudding rolled his eyes at the woman beside him and said, "I've been low-key enough. Forget it, why should I explain to a little brat like you? Remember not to leave after school this afternoon. Also, I don't mean anything else, so don't admire me for no reason. After all, there will be too many women who admire me in the future, so don't just follow the crowd." After saying this shameless remark, Tang Pudding shook his head, quickened his pace and walked away, shocking Qin Yao so much that she stood there for a long time without coming to her senses. What did this guy just say? Stop admiring him. Who does he think he is? Jay Cho. Just when I was about to rant about it and wake him up, he just walked away without even looking back. Just walked away like that. Qin Yao felt like she was going crazy. Chase him and scold him harshly. Well, Qin Yao can't do this at all. Forget it, wait until the afternoon. Let us talk about it after class. Qin Yao thought viciously in her heart. However, Qin Yao did not wait for the opportunity. In the afternoon chemistry class, Tang Pudding entered the classroom again as the bell rang. Well, when he entered, the teacher followed behind him. Coupled with the way he swayed with every step, the old man holding the test paper looked like his butler. This scene made Qin Yao even more depressed, but what could she do? As a good student who was loved by everyone, she couldn't disrupt the classroom discipline. "Hey, Pudding, you abandoned our squad leader?" Chi Chen asked mysteriously as Tang Pudding just sat down. Tang Pudding glanced at this guy. When I first came in, I passed by her desk and saw that she had drawn a bunch of turtles on her notebook, with your name written in the middle of each turtle. Chi Chen said with a wink and a sly smile. Childish. Tang Pudding rolled his eyes. By the way, what score do you think is appropriate for me in chemistry? Shit, are you serious? Certainly. Full marks, you must get full marks. As a man who aims to be the first in the province, how can you have the nerve to greet people when you go out if you don't get full marks? Chi Chen said disdainfully. Then let's just go with 146. A full score is meaningless. After class, in the office. Lao Gao, how many points did Tang Pudding get in our class's chemistry mock exam today? Tang Pudding, his paper hasn't been graded yet, but I don't think it's a big deal. I saw him staring out the window most of the time today. Lao Gao asked in confusion. Change it now, quickly. Old Deng, who was determined not to leave the front line despite his minor injuries, urged. Huh. Lao Gao glanced at Lao Zheng suspiciously. He felt that Lao Deng had probably not only broken his arm but also had some brain problems when he fell. Would a child who has been at the bottom of the parallel class for a long time be so anxious to know his grades? Old Deng, if you are sick you still have to be hospitalized. Don't be afraid of injections and medication, said Old Gao earnestly. Lao Gao, please revise it. This child gave me a surprise. He scored 146 points in physics. The physics teacher next to him said in surprise. Chapter 8. Well, actually I'm a genius. While the discussion in the office was lively, the atmosphere in the classroom seemed very strange. There are 2 more mock exams. According to previous routines, today's exam is of relatively high difficulty. The specific results will not be announced to students. The fact that Chen Lingling reported Tang Pudding's math score in the math class can only be said to be an exception. The next mock exam, which was also the last one before the college entrance exam, was relatively simple and was used to boost students' confidence. So, apart from the math score, Qin Yao and Chi Chen didn't know exactly how Tang Pudding scored in other subjects. Chi Chen only knew that during the exam, Tang Pudding spent most of the time in a daze, almost dizzy. Of course, it is already the final sprint stage, so even if students daydream during the exam, the teachers generally won't take care. So the 2 of them stayed after school, not because they believed Tang Pudding's lies that he could help them get into the top 3 in the city, but because they wanted to expose Tang Pudding's lies. At least that was Qin Yao's purpose. However, half an hour later, the 2 were shocked, so shocked that their jaws dropped. Amazing, so damn amazing. No matter whether it was physics, chemistry, or mathematics, there was not a single Olympiad question that could stump Tang Pudding. Well, it's not quite accurate to say that. It should be said that there was no question that could make Tang Pudding think for more than 2 minutes. This is truly against the will of heaven. How did you do it? Qin Yao asked absent-mindedly. I've already said it, I'm reborn. Can you stop making trouble? The beautiful squad leader glared at Tang Pudding unhappily and interrupted him. Well, actually I'm a genius with an IQ of over 200, but you should know that geniuses have some quirks. For example, I just want to keep a low profile and don't like people to see me as a monster. Tang Pudding sighed deeply in his heart. He felt like an old naughty boy who no one believed when he told the truth and could only convince people by making up stories. After he gave such an incredible reason, Qin Yao and Qi Chen actually looked enlightened. This is really childish. But what can Tang Pudding do? After each rebirth, perhaps because of the excessive secretion of hormones in his young body, he also becomes childish. All right. Now I believe you have the ability to get the first place in the city, but how can you let Qin Yao and I get the second and third place in the city? Are you going to give us intensive tutoring this week? But I'm not a genius. Qi Chen said frustratedly. The fact that Don Pudding was a genius hit him hard. After all, the two of them had been sitting at the same table for such a long time, and they had similar personalities, so they were considered very good friends. It was good for them to degenerate together. Every time his family scolded him for his poor grades, he would immediately feel much better when he thought of Tang Pudding, whose grades were similar to his. It turns out that this guy is a hidden genius. Who the hell can I go to for justice? Well, I'm glad you know yourself. Tang Pudding nodded seriously, which made Qi Chen roll his eyes. Is it necessary to be so honest? He really wanted to beat him up. But did I ever say I would tutor you? Do you think I'm such a diligent person? Tang Pudding said lazily. So, what do you want to do? Qin Yao asked Tang Pudding warily. Of course it's cheating. Tang Pudding said as a matter of course. Cheating? Qin Yao and Qi Chen exclaimed in unison. A life without cheating is incomplete. Tang Pudding sighed. Well, his life is the biggest cheating device. Oh my god, classmate Tang Pudding, what on earth do you want to do? Cheating in the college entrance examination will have terrible consequences. Qi Chen howled. Of course it will be terrible if we are discovered, but will a cheating plan thought up by a genius with an IQ of over 200 get you caught? Tang Pudding glanced at Qi Chen with disdain and said contemptuously. So? Qi Chen's heart was pounding. Thinking of the reward his father promised him if he did well in the college entrance examination, Qi Chen felt that he might as well give it a try. Qin Yao bit her lower lip and thought about something. Following her heart, she was unwilling to cheat, but thinking that if she could get into her ideal school, she could go to the capital and live with her parents from then on. Well, if it's just this once, it doesn't seem unacceptable. So this is a foolproof cheating method. Of course, if you accept it, you don't have to review the questions in the mountains of books and questions this week. You have to study your lessons, but you also have to memorize some things. I will check on you every day after school. Tang Pudding said calmly. What to recite? Qin Yao asked with determination. Oh my god, it's really 146. Lao Gao in the office exclaimed in amazement. His biology score was only deducted for points. Same thing with chemistry. No way. If I give him full marks for his composition, he will only lose for points for Chinese. I am hesitating. I actually want to give him full marks for his composition, but would that be too outrageous? The office is bustling. A child in a parallel class actually scored better than the first in the fast class in a real simulation test before the college entrance examination. The better the result was, the better it was. This was definitely big news, the kind that would allow the substitute teacher to brag about it for the rest of his life. Especially the class teacher, Lao Deng, he definitely found a treasure. In this environment where the rate of admission to higher education is linked to the teacher's professional title and remuneration, if an ordinary high school like No. 8 middle school really produces a top scorer in the college entrance examination, promotion and salary increase are inevitable. However, this happiness came too suddenly. When there were only a few days left before the college entrance examination, such a monster suddenly appeared. It was easy to make people suspect that they were dreaming. Is it true, as the ancient said, that those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future? Just because I broke my arm, a monster popped out. What if all 4 limbs were broken? Wouldn't there be 4 great kings in the class? Well, let's keep the results secret for now. The college entrance exam is only a few days away, so we can talk about everything after it's over. Finally, old Deng felt that it was better to be safe and not spread the matter for the time being. Otherwise, after all the excitement, I would fail the college entrance examination. How embarrassing would that be? No matter how I thought about it, I felt that this was not a very plausible thing to say. That's right, that's what I thought too. God knows what's wrong with this guy Tang Pudding. Maybe he has done all these questions before. The physics teacher echoed. Of course, he said this without any confidence. After all, those physics questions were quite difficult, and Tang Pudding's solution would not appear in the reference answer, and even he felt deeply inspired after reading it. But I still don't feel confident. If this guy is really such a genius, what would he have been doing before? Chapter 9 I forgive you this time. Just when Lao Deng issued a gag order to all substitute teachers, Tang Pudding in the classroom also gave his way of cheating. Morse code. Do you understand it? In short, during the college entrance examination, I will tap my head. The length of the time interval represents the answer given. Multiple choice and fill in the blank are relatively simple. I calculated that it takes about half an hour to fully broadcast the answer. The 3 exams of Chinese, Math and English have a total of 2 hours. I can broadcast it to you 3 times, including the big questions. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. You still have 1 week to memorize the corresponding characters of this thing. It will be enough. This is a simplified version of Morse code, specially designed for college entrance examinations. Even if you have an average IQ, 7 days is enough. Both of your essays are okay, and you don't need me to remind you separately. But I will read you Chi Chen's English essay separately, is that okay with you? Chi Chen and Qin Yao stared at Tang Pudding in amazement. How confident must this guy be? In a 2-hour exam, he actually read out the answers to them 3 times. Moreover, it sounds like this method of cheating is very unlikely to be discovered. But if cheating is so easy, why haven't I heard of it before? Chi Chen asked, scratching his head. Tang Pudding rolled his eyes at the idiot and said sincerely, well, this is a very good question, but have you ever heard of someone who can finish all the college entrance examination questions in half an hour and is selfless enough to share the answers with his competitors? Tang Pudding bit the word selflessness very hard. The 2 were speechless. Okay, I'll memorize it. And I hope you'll keep your promise. Qin Yao simply picked up a stack of special learning materials prepared by Tang Pudding and said, we are brothers for life. Since you begged me so much, I can't let you down, right? Don't worry, I will definitely memorize it. Chi Chen grabbed a piece of information tightly and said shamelessly, get lost. Tang Pudding said concisely, Chi Chen, you go first. I have something to say to Tang Pudding. Qin Yao suddenly said. Chi Chen glanced at Tang Pudding and Qin Yao ambiguously, and without saying a word, he took the information given by Tang Pudding, put on his backpack and left the classroom directly. Before leaving, he was very considerate and closed the classroom door. I don't want your selfless help. Tell me, if I really get a satisfactory score, what do you want in return? Qin Yao said, biting her lip. The hormones of youth made Tang Pudding naturally think of the image of Qin Yao wearing a black maid uniform with white edges in his mind. How shameful. Why don't you be my maid? This image appeared in his mind, and Tang Pudding said it naturally, without any hypocrisy or shyness that was typical of his age. Maid. Qin Yao's eyes began to become dangerous. It would be best if you could bring your own uniform. Bang. The heavy book hit Tang Pudding's head. The instigator did not think that her behavior might damage a very precious brain. I knew you women always say one thing and mean another. Tang Pudding muttered as he watched the little woman's back as she walked away. Well, he was a happy troublemaker and didn't want to bother with an unreasonable woman. Hey, the bucket of sugar pudding on the forum is you, right? Tang Pudding. Tang Pudding, who walked out of the campus with a relaxed mood, was stopped again. I took a look at this guy, Xu Hongwei. Just from the name, he looks big and strong, and of course he is the same. He is the sports committee member of the Science Fast class. It is said that he is a sports student that the school plans to focus on training this year. He is very good at playing basketball. It is said that he often plays wild ball outside the school and has a good record. They were classmates in their first and second year of high school. In their third year, Xu Hongwei entered the fast class, while Tang Pudding could only stay in the parallel class with grievance. Yes. Is there any problem? Tang Pudding nodded. Hurry up and delete that post. Look at how our number 8 middle school has been laughed at. Xu Hongwei glared at Tang Pudding. His face was red from the setting sun, and beads of sweat were still hanging on his forehead from the exercise. With his ferocious look and a group of teammates of average height around him, he looked very imposing. However, he obviously found the wrong person, because the guy opposite him was still lazy and didn't buy his tricks at all. If our number 8 middle school is really ridiculed, then shouldn't it be that you guys in the fast class are not motivated? You don't even have the confidence to get into the top 3 in the city. Why are you taking the college entrance examination? The lazy tone and lazy appearance obviously irritated Xu Hongwei, who was already suffering from the second-year syndrome, and he shouted, "What did you say? Say it again." Tang Pudding rolled his eyes, not bothering to pay attention to the guy in front of him. He was sick, letting people repeat the same thing over and over again for no reason. Did he really think he was free? Wait, it seemed that he was indeed free. Okay, if I say it again, are you going to beat me up to vent your anger? But the college entrance examination is coming soon. If you take the initiative to provoke me, what if I counterattack and I get hurt, which will delay the college entrance examination? Be good and listen to me. Go home quickly and drink more 6 walnuts prepared by your mother to nourish your brain. The future world depends on young people like you to save it. After saying this in a very childish way, Tang Pudding turned around and was about to leave. However, this made Xu Hongwei, who was originally afraid of the college entrance examination and didn't want to cause any trouble, feel like he was dying of ecstasy. He took a step forward with a fierce look, stretched out his hand and grabbed Tang Pudding's arm, and clenched his other hand into a fist. The impulsive young man no longer cared about so many things. If he didn't throw that punch, he would feel sorry for his parents who gave him such a great body. Of course, the most important reason was that Xu Hongwei felt that Tang Pudding looked like he really deserved a beating today. However, Tang Pudding seemed to have eyes on his back. He swung his arm violently, just avoiding his outstretched arm. The swung arm happened to hit the armpit of his raised fist. The tingling sensation that spread throughout the body at that moment was so intense that only those who tried it would know. For a moment, Xu Hongwei felt as if half of his body had completely lost consciousness. Everything happened so fast that his teammates next to him didn't even realize what was happening before they saw Xu Hongwei fall directly to the ground. What was going on? What happened? Shouldn't the plot be that when Xu Hongwei raised his arm, the skinny boy was doomed to go home crying and bruised? How come their boss fell to the ground? I forgive you this time. Civilized people shouldn't touch me. If you really want to make me angry, we can have a one-on-one duel in basketball after the college entrance examination. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. When everyone came to their senses, Tang Pudding had already walked away without looking back, and the wind brought these words. Chapter 10. Everything depends on the college entrance examination. The boss is too arrogant. Do you want us to catch up with him and beat him up? Tang Pudding had already walked a long way before a group of people reacted and quickly helped Xu Hongwei up, showing their loyalty. Forget it. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Let's not cause trouble. Let him pay after the exam. Xu Hongwei said these words to save his face, but in his mind he recalled the fierce look in Tang Pudding's eyes when he turned his head. He felt that the look was extremely dangerous, as if he wanted to kill someone. Well, actually, he was a little scared. Half of his body was still numb, and Xu Hongwei even suspected that the blow just now was not a coincidence at all, but that Tang Pudding had planned to do it. Could it be that this guy was really a ruthless person? Of course Tang Pudding did it on purpose. Although his body is not strong now, he knows a lot. Even if he said it most modestly, he had 100 ways to make Xu Hongwei die silently. In the previous moment, at least 7 or 8 ways to make Xu Hongwei kick his legs gracefully flashed through his mind. But there was no need for that. Alas, it was all due to professional habit. Speaking of which, his professional habits seemed to be a bit too much. Brother-in-law, who exactly is that Tang Pudding? As soon as old Deng returned to their hospital, he was pestered by Chen Lingling. Originally, it was agreed that Chen Lingling would teach for a few days, but now old Deng has changed his mind. It was all because of Tang Pudding's incident. Ahem, it's just a secret. Old Deng said seriously. Chen Lingling glanced at Lao Deng with disdain and said nothing, but her expression was very dangerous. Okay, the kid might have suddenly come to his senses. We're not sure right now, so his affairs will be kept secret for the time being. Old Deng said helplessly, spreading out his only remaining arm. Suddenly got it. Chen Lingling's mind was full of question marks. How could something come to her suddenly like this? Well, let's talk about it after the college entrance examination. I promise that I will inform you as soon as the college entrance examination results come out, okay? Old Deng raised his hands and begged for mercy. Hey, old Chi, has your son got a problem with his brain recently? He actually started to review on his own initiative as soon as he got home. He didn't even have time to eat. He just told me that he would rank among the top 3 in the city. Was he stimulated by something? Chi Chen's mother asked his father worriedly. How do you talk like that? What do you mean by my son? It feels like he is not your son. Besides, the child. Isn't it a good thing to be sensible? What's wrong with setting a lofty goal? Chi Dazhuang glared at his wife. Oh, you're getting braver. Okay, you take care of your son. I won't worry about him anymore. Look at what you said. The college entrance examination is only a few days away. The school has suggested that we let the children run wild. Let's not worry about him these days. Let him be as he pleases. We'll talk about it after the college entrance examination. Qin Yao went into her room as usual after returning home. But this time she didn't review her lessons, but started reciting the secret book that Tang Pudding gave her. Yao Yao, Dad is calling, come answer the phone. No time, Grandma, tell Dad to call me after I finish the college entrance examination. Qin Yao shouted impatiently, also, tell him that if I pass the exam and get into Beijing on my own, he must do what he promised me. Hey, this kid, okay, let's talk about it after the college entrance examination. Of course Tang Pudding understands the butterfly effect. But he doesn't care. This little butterfly has flapped his wings more than once or twice, but this is the first time he has helped his classmates cheat in the college entrance examination. Well, anything that you haven't done before is a little exciting now. Hey, Tang Pudding, the college entrance examination is coming soon, and you still have time to play with your phone. Seeing her child lying on the bed as soon as she got home, Pudding's mother exploded. Combine work with rest. Tang Pudding answered lazily while lying on the bed. It's a bit of a headache. It's impossible to read a book, and I will be yelled at if I play with my phone. Well, I really want to go back to a day ago, but unfortunately time cannot be reversed. Mom, how about this, if you don't care about me now, I will help you get the first place in the country later. Tang Pudding asked tentatively. Bar, you're such a coward, counting down, right? Hurry up and read the book, or I'll beat you. Mom said concisely. Then let's put it this way. If I really get the first place in the country, you will give me a Mercedes-Benz, the kind that leaks oil before it even leaves the house. Tang Pudding said with a blink of his eyes. Just now, he was browsing Weibo and happened to see some explosive news, which made him feel very interesting. Okay, not to mention being first in the country, even if you got first in your school, I will buy you a Rolls-Royce. Mom said disdainfully. Obviously, this statement was bragging. Tang Pudding knew the amount of savings at home. It was probably only enough to buy a leaky Mercedes-Benz, and that kind of thing would still require a loan. That's settled then. Tang Pudding waved his hand and said generously. Well, this woman in front of him had lived a happy life with him for at least 6,600 times, not counting the dozens of times he had made her live a life worse than death. Ha! Har har. Mom sneered and turned away, her signature move. Tang Pudding didn't have any emotional waves at all. He had emptied himself again. Although I aspire to be a troublemaker, there are many other fun things in life, such as how to be lazy. Today's technology is still very backward. The omnipotent Internet of Things is still in the planning stage. Even autonomous driving is considered super technology. Traffic jams are the norm when going out. All these things are unbearable for Tang Pudding. So even though he was letting his mind wander, Tang Pudding was still thinking about how to make his life better. That's right, it's his own life. What does other people's lives have to do with him? But you still have to pass the college entrance examination first. Tang Pudding sighed deeply. Fortunately, there was only 1 week left. A week later, it was the eve of the college entrance examination. Hey, have you memorized everything I gave you? After getting familiar with the examination room under the guidance of old Deng, on their way back to school, Tang Pudding lazily gathered Qin Yao and Qi Chen and asked. Don't worry, it's okay. But how did you know that Qin Yao and I were sitting diagonally behind you, one on each side? Qi Chen asked curiously. I am reborn. Let's talk seriously. Qin Yao interrupted Tang Pudding directly. Well, there are only a few combinations of student numbers, and there are students from other schools mixed in between, so it's easy to figure it out. Tang Pudding spread his hands and gave a fairly acceptable explanation. Every time I want to tell the truth, I am always forced to lie. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Okay, now I'm going to test you. Look at my posture and then translate your answers. After saying that, Tang Pudding started knocking his head. There's nothing I can do. My head hurts. Chapter 11 Mentally Retarded Teenager. On June 7th, the annual social ethics production The College Entrance Examination was staged on time. The director was naturally China's Ministry of Education, and the starring actors were China's millions of college entrance examination candidates that year, while the candidates' parents naturally received the title of Best Ensemble Actors. However, Tang Pudding's parents refused the honorary role. In Pudding's mother's words, studying is Tang Pudding's own business, and the college entrance examination is of course his own business. It is impossible to send him there, as it is not his own legs. Before leaving, she confirmed again and again that Tang Pudding brought all his documents and stationery, which was considered to be a special attention. Of course, this is probably what it means to be strong without desire. Neither Pudding's mother nor Pudding's father believed that their son would be able to achieve incredible results in the exam. He only thought that he could basically go to a technical college. They were already praying to Buddha for his success, and of course, they would not take the college entrance examination too seriously. If college entrance examination candidates are also divided into protagonists and supporting roles, in the minds of these two parents, Tang Pudding is undoubtedly a supporting role, who basically just shows up and then is done, and is not even allowed to have a single line of dialogue. Tang Pudding certainly wanted this kind of treatment. It's just the college entrance examination, who hasn't gone through it hundreds of times? Well, actually, for more than 90% of normal people, this happens only once in their lifetime. However, this time Tang Pudding still left a very deep impression on the invigilator. If you don't study hard, will it be useful to keep hitting your head with a pen during the college entrance examination? You're not afraid of damaging your brain by hitting the left side first and the right side first. This also gave the two invigilators new ideas on how to educate their students in the future. If you don't work hard, even if you knock a hole in your head like a senior from number 8 middle school when you take the college entrance examination, you still won't be able to answer the questions you are supposed to answer. Neither of the two invigilators was interested in Tang Pudding's paper. The pressure of invigilating the college entrance examination is already great enough. Who has time to care about the answers of a candidate from another school who doesn't do the questions but only taps his head? Tang Pudding's furious writing at the last moment of the exam was of course regarded as a joke. Just when Tang Pudding felt his head was numb from banging his head, the college entrance examination was finally over. After the college entrance examination, number 8 middle school organized buses to send all graduates back to school, and then they returned to the class to listen to the class teacher announce the return to school. When it comes to filling out the application form, your senior year of high school officially ends. On the bus, students who were on good terms with each other sat together and chattered about the correct answers. Tang Pudding, Qi Chen and Qin Yao sat together. Are you two okay? Tang Pudding asked with concern. There was a paragraph in the middle of two big questions in the comprehensive science exam today that I didn't understand. However, the front and back parts are fine, so I should be able to get through it. Qi Chen said with a beaming eyebrow. Qin Yao just nodded without saying anything. No one knew what this little girl was thinking, as her face was a little red. Okay then. Tang Pudding waved his hand and was too lazy to deal with the matter anymore. The exam was over anyway, so he didn't care to what extent the manure water could be mixed. There were many other things that bothered him, such as the hormones in his young body, which always made him feel that something was wrong. Of course, he had to experience this every few decades, so he was not surprised, but this time the feeling was particularly strong. So contradictory. Logically speaking, an old man, like him who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has seen everything and has lost interest. Laziness is the only way out. However, the human brain is so mysterious. The various hormones in his young body make him want to do something big all the time. For example, every time he saw Qin Yao, he couldn't help but think of their class monitor wearing a maid uniform. Amitabha, this is a crime. After notifying the entire class step by step that they could check their college entrance examination scores around June 20th, and that they should come to school on June 25th to receive guidance on filling out their college application forms, Lao Deng then announced the official holiday. Old Deng did not specifically keep Tang Buding to inquire about the situation. As their head teacher of a parallel class, although Tang Buding's sudden outburst before the college entrance examination gave him some ideas, they were just ideas. Anyway, the results will be out in a dozen days. If Tang Pudding really gives him a surprise, it will be in time to contact the guy then. As a responsible class teacher, Lao Deng had the phone numbers and contact addresses of all the parents in the class stored in his mobile phone. There was no way he could have lost Tang Pudding. No one. The concern also fulfilled Tang Buding's wish. If old Deng really always revolved around him, it would make him feel awkward. Tang Buding didn't know what his mental age should be after being reborn again and again. In short, he felt awkward every time he saw old Deng. What made Tang Pudding happiest was that after the college entrance examination, he could finally live a life of eating and waiting for death, and slacking off as much as he wanted. Lying on the bed every day, playing with his phone, daydreaming, completely emptying himself, minimizing social interaction, waiting for meals and sleeping without anyone complaining was the happiest life. I don't want to count money until my hands cramp, but I want to wake up naturally every day. This peaceful life made Tang Pudding very satisfied. It's very quiet in reality, but it's very lively in the forum. The declaration of war posted by Tang Pudding in the Yarxiang Middle School forum was very popular, so popular that it was a bit outrageous. Almost every day someone goes to the post to lash out at the corpse. There is no way, the college entrance examination is over. If before the college entrance examination, teachers still have to restrain these senior high school students and not waste too much energy on online forums to complain about a trash person, then after the college entrance examination, the senior high school students are simply like tigers returning to the mountains, dragons going to the sea, birds in the sky, insects on the ground. In short, there is nothing in this world that can bother these children who have just finished the college entrance examination. Especially during the period when the college entrance examination results have not yet been released, it is the best time to not have to think about anything and just indulge yourself. After all, for most students, it will not be too happy when the test scores are released. However, for students in key schools like Yarxiang and Zhongnan, Tang Buding's post was like a furnace in the hot summer, which made people feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Now that I finally have time, how can I not just make sarcastic remarks? Ahem, classmate from Xingqing number 8 middle school, how are you? What's your estimated score? Do you dare to come here and chat? Hey, it's been so many days, why don't you just pretend to be dead after posting a message? Are all the kids in Xingqing number 8 middle school so cowardly? Well, I'm from Xingqing number 8 middle school, but I never said I wanted to be among the top 3 in the city. Also, I want to share some information. It is said that the real name of this barrel of sugar pudding is Tang Pudding, and he is a mentally retarded boy from the 3rd science class of number 8 middle school. Chapter 12, the top students are going to cause trouble. Tang Pudding reads the forum every day, but of course he cares a lot about the sarcasm and ridicule of these half-grown children. There's nothing we can do about it. Who makes his mental age so uncertain? It all depends on the secretion of brain hormones. Many times, Tang Pudding is even shocked by his own childishness. It is hard to imagine that a monster who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years can still be as calculating as a child. This is unique. Of course, even if it was childish, Tang Buding was not willing to argue with a bunch of brats on the forum. He had to wait until the college entrance examination results came out before he could say anything. This alone made Tang Buding feel that it was actually quite pleasant to have the heart of a troublemaker. After all, imagining the faces of these brats after the results came out made him feel comfortable physically and mentally. It feels good to get slapped in the face. It feels good to get slapped in the face all the time. Just like this, more than 10 days passed in a flash. During this period, except for a few good classmates who called to harass him, Tang Pudding did not go out of the house. He lived an extremely lazy life at home, and by the way, he was looking forward to the day when the college entrance examination scores would be released. So he didn't know that a bunch of high school seniors who had nothing to do after eating were actually planning a big move against him. Who made him so arrogant? He directly asked the students of the two key middle schools to stop competing for the top 3 in the forum of Yaxiang Middle School. No one could tolerate this. He worked so hard to get into a key middle school, but he had to live a hard life of getting up earlier than chickens and sleeping later than dogs, immersing himself in a sea of books and questions every minute. He wanted to vomit when he saw the legendary 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. In the end, he was despised by a rubbish student from a rubbish middle school. As a 19 or 20-year-old passionate young man with ideals and aspirations, can you tolerate this feeling of being forced to eat SHI? Of course not. Old monsters like Tang Pudding always want to do big things under the influence of hormones, not to mention these half-grown children. Therefore, many students from Yaxiang Middle School have joined forces with graduates from Zhongnan Middle School, preparing to do something big. Just 2 days before the results were due to come out, Xu Xiaoqian received a call from a classmate. Hey, Xiaoqian, what are you doing? Check WeChat. What are you looking at on WeChat? I'm reviewing English. I signed up for today's IELTS this year. Xu Xiaoqian said seriously. As a top student with excellent character and academic performance, there is nothing wrong with using the summer vacation time to review English and prepare for the IELTS instead of playing with mobile phones or going out. This is very consistent with the image of a top student who bullies poor students who don't work hard enough. Oh my god, Xiaoqian, the college entrance examination is over, can't you relax for a while? Life should have a balance between tension and relaxation. It was obvious that being friends with a top student was very stressful. The kid opposite was speechless and took a long time to persuade him. Okay, what's the matter? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm memorizing words right now. Xu Xiaoqian asked. Speaking of business, this good friend of mine who is a top student immediately perked up. Do you still remember the bucket of sugar pudding on the forum? Xu Xiaoqian frowned. Of course he remembered this guy, and he made him very unhappy. His declaration of war was turned into a joke by this guy. Although Xu Xiaoqian did not continue to talk nonsense on the forum and focused all his energy on reviewing, it did not mean that he forgave this bucket of sugar pudding. Thinking back to when he had posted the title, Book in Advance for this year's City Science Champion, on the forum, he was so high-spirited, and when he saw all those challenge posts, his blood boiled. However, when Tang Pudding's post came out, he felt like all his energy had been drained away. Xinqing No. 8 Middle School. How dare Xinqing No. 8 Middle School boast that it took the top 3 in the city? Can this idiot be a little self-aware? Even Xu Xiaoqian felt that his declaration of war had become a joke, didn't he? What's the matter with him again? Since it was related to this enemy whom he had never met before, Xu Xiaoqian felt that he could take some time to listen. Humph, how dare he still make trouble? We've dug up hundreds of comments on that post on Chebar, and this guy hasn't come out to say a word. It's obvious that he's guilty, the classmate immediately said disdainfully. Then why did you call me? It's like this, we think it's pointless to mock him on the forum. Now we are discussing with a few of Yaxiang's friends, and we have decided to. Let's pool our money together and make 2 big red banners for Xinqing No. 8 Middle School. One banner will say congratulations to Xinqing No. 8 Middle School for taking the top 3 places in the city in science in this year's college entrance examination. The other banner will say congratulations to Tang Pudding for winning the top spot in science this year. When the results are out the day after tomorrow, we will secretly hang them at the gate of Xinqing No. 8 Middle School early in the morning, then take a few photos and post them online to help promote them. What do you think? Said the friend and classmate opposite with some pride. Wait. Have you confirmed that the bucket of sugar pudding on the forum is the Tang Pudding in class 3 of No. 8 Middle School? Xu Xiaoqian asked after listening. As a top student, Xu Xiaoqian immediately understood what these people meant. Since that guy wanted to be famous, he would give him 2 banners, making him a big joke, which would help him vent his anger and even make him feel a little happy. However, top students are still rational. It's okay to disgust people, but the goal must not be wrong, otherwise the sense of satisfaction will immediately become negative. Don't worry, a friend has already confirmed it. It's that guy. He admitted it himself, the other side immediately spoke. Okay, I'll be in on this. How much does each person have to contribute to making the banner? I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat. After learning that the target was definitely right, Xu Xiaoqian immediately decided to get involved. Since it was to attack the real target, he had no reason to refuse. Tang Pudding wants to be famous so much, so of course he doesn't mind helping this troublemaker. Money is not the problem. The key is whether you will come when we go to hang the banner and take photos. Go. Xu Xiaoqian said concisely. It feels so good to smear a bitch, it feels so good to smear her all the time. It's quite exciting to think about a genuine top scorer in the science subject of the college entrance examination taking a photo under a celebratory banner of a fake top scorer in the science subject. This is not Xu Xiaoqian being proud. Immediately after the exam, the teacher gave Xu Xiaoqian the correct answers and asked him to estimate his score. Xu Xiaoqian had a very good memory, and he estimated a high score of 728. Xu Xiaoqian believed that the error would definitely not exceed 5 points. In this year's science exam, which is generally recognized to be difficult, his score is 8 points higher than the top scorer of science in Yaxiang Middle School last year. He is of course confident that he is the number one this year. Chapter 13. I would rather slap myself than believe it. Tang Pudding certainly didn't know that the students from the key high schools had already helped him and the school prepare celebratory banners. If he knew, he would most likely order a custom banner to celebrate the 4th place in the college entrance examination and send it back to them. After all, I stole the top spot in the college entrance examination from someone else, so it's a bit unworthy of them to give me a banner. Are you embarrassed to say it? After all, he had enough money to make one banner. Of course, he could only make one, no more. His pocket money was not much, and as for the top scorer in the college entrance examination, there would definitely be some rewards, which he still had a lot of use for. If it was not enough, he could ask Qi Chen and Qi Niao to make up for it. So Tang Pudding didn't know that on the morning of the 20th, a group of students from a key middle school hired people, rented a car, and came to the gate of Xincheng No. 8 Middle School with a ladder and 2 banners. The 3rd year of high school has been liberated, but the 1st and 2nd year students are still in class, and the security guards are of course on duty. However, even the most responsible security guard cannot understand the current situation. They were hanging a celebratory banner, so he couldn't stop them, could he? Although I heard that the college entrance examination results could only be officially checked after 9 o'clock today, it was no secret that some good schools knew the results of the top-ranked students in advance. Besides, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. It would be inconvenient for him to call his leader to ask questions at this time, right? Fail if you want, anyway. It's not like there haven't been cases of failure after the college entrance examination results were released in previous years. In addition, these top students have made careful plans, and they all look like good students, and they use all kinds of sweet words to trick people. The security guard was so fooled that he was stunned. The uncles who hung the banners were very quick and efficient under the incentive of a large sum of money. In less than 10 minutes, they had hung up 2 festive banners. Next is the group photo session. More than a dozen top students from Yaxiang Middle School and Zhongnan Middle School smiled enthusiastically in front of the gate of Xincheng No. 8 Middle School. Especially Xu Xiaoqian standing in the middle, this was the most hearty smile he had had in the past month. After all, what happened today is really exciting to think about. After hanging banners and taking photos, the students waved goodbye to the security guards enthusiastically, and their work was over. These photos were quickly uploaded to Qibar, Weibo, Qianyar, and various well-known forums in Xincheng. Next, we just have to wait for time to ferment. Of course, these proud people believe that time will ferment. It won't take too long. After all, the college entrance examination scores can be checked soon. In the opinion of Principal Wang of No. 8 Middle School, today is definitely a very special day. Just now, the old leader of the Education Bureau called him and told him excitedly that the college entrance examination results of No. 8 Middle School this year were very good, which was beyond everyone's expectations. He also teased him on the phone, asking when No. 8 Middle School had 3 such good talents and he had never heard him report it. He said that the covert work was really good and if it were during the war of resistance against Japan, he would definitely be a good underground party member. These nonsensical words made Principal Wang very depressed. What's going on? There are 3 good students in the school. Could it be that there are really children from the key classes who have made it into the top 100 in the city in this college entrance examination? Well, this shows that it is still necessary to divide the classes in the 3rd year of high school. That's right, the top 100 in the city was the limit of Principal Wang's imagination. He didn't dare to add more, for fear of hurting his kidneys. As the saying goes, aiming too high can easily hurt your kidneys. However, the old leader gave an answer that was unbelievable even if both of his kidneys were taken away. There are actually 3 students from number 8 middle school who are among the top 5 in the province. What? Principal Wang suspected that his old boss had called the wrong place. He was probably calling Yaxiang or Zhongnan, or at least the principal of Juanli Middle School. How did he get called here? Top 5 in the province. Not possible. Even if you had a 0 at the end, I still can't believe it. How could Wang not know what kind of students his school has? Hearing his old leader's ridicule, he immediately complained on the phone, denouncing those famous schools for snatching away all the top students in the city through the evil high school entrance examination, while ordinary middle schools like number 8 middle school can only pick up the small leaks left by others, how difficult it is for number 8 middle school, etc., etc. This crying complaint really made the listeners sad and cry. It even confused the old leader. He was sweating profusely, thinking that he had misunderstood the situation, or that the people under him had made a mistake and mixed up the school names when calculating the grades. But then again, the name of Xingqing number 8 middle school is so useless and there is no way it can be confused with famous schools such as Yaxiang, Zhongnan, and Juanli, right? So soon, the old leader called again. Xiao Wang, look at you, you are so dishonest. The results are about to be announced, but you are still hiding it from me. This year, the top 3 candidates in the province are all in your school, and you are still hiding it from me. Act dumb. When he answered the phone, Principal Wang had just arrived at the school gate. The colorful red banner above the school gate and the words of the old leader on the phone shocked him instantly. Could this be true? Wait, who is Tang Pudding? Is he a student of their school? Why did he think he had never heard of him? As a responsible principal, during the college entrance examination mobilization meeting, he asked the head teacher of the fast-track class for a list of students who had the hope of entering 985-211 universities. Lao Wang was sure that Tang Pudding's name was definitely not on that list. Such a distinctive name, Lao Wang was sure he would never forget it. Ahem, old leader, the provincial college entrance examination champion you just mentioned is not called Tang Pudding, right? Yes, that's the name. He scored 746 points, a well-deserved provincial champion. There's also a guy named Qin Yao, who scored 732, second in the province, and another named Qi Chen, who scored 725, third in the province. The fourth is Xu Xiaoqian from Zhongnan, who scored 724.5 points. Your school is in the limelight this time. The admissions department of Tsinghua University just called to ask for your phone number. Well, I won't say any more. The college entrance examination results are out today, and I have an important meeting to attend. This is a good opportunity. Whether we can revive the glory of our number 8 middle school depends on you. After saying that, the old leader hung up the phone, and Principal Wang was still standing at the school gate in a daze. Tang Pudding, Qin Yao, Qi Chen. He had never heard of any of the 3 names. Wait, what score did Tang Pudding get? 746. What was the top scorer in last year's science exam? 718. Hallucinations, they must all be hallucinations. Or was he still asleep? Was he still dreaming? Once this thought came to mind, it became unstoppable. So, today, when the security guard walked out of the guard room and was about to welcome the principal, he saw the biggest gossip since he took office at number 8 middle school. The principal of number 8 middle school actually raised his hand and slapped himself twice, not feeling sorry for his old face at all, with 2 crisp slap sounds. But after slapping himself, the principal looked over and met his eyes. So embarrassing. Chapter 14. What happened? Let us not talk about the embarrassment and inner confusion when the security guard and Lao Wang looked into each other's loving eyes. The teachers in charge of Tsinghua University's admissions team in Xingqing are in a mess. What is going on? Who can tell them what happened? Many people may think that the enrollment of prestigious schools will only officially begin after the college entrance examination results are released. In fact, this is not the case. The talented candidates in each city's prestigious schools have actually been noticed by these prestigious schools a long time ago. Before the college entrance examination, the teachers in charge of admissions will begin to extend olive branches to top students. Some lucky ones will be able to obtain direct admission qualifications, while others will take the route of independent enrollment. After the college entrance examination results come out, it is actually the final sprint stage. In other words, long before the college entrance examination begins, the admissions teachers of these prestigious schools already have a list and contact information of the top students from each prestigious high school. I'm just waiting for the college entrance examination results to be announced and making my last attempt. But the top 3 candidates in the province this year are not on their list. That's fine, there have been such examples in previous years, where students from prestigious schools who were not originally in the scope of the examination suddenly performed well in the college entrance examination and achieved unprecedentedly good scores. The experienced admissions teachers were already used to it, but this time there were 3 students at once, and their scores were all shockingly good, which was indeed surprising. What was even more surprising was that these 3 people all came from the same school, a school that they didn't even know and had never dealt with. Not only did they not have the contact information of these 3 students and their guardians, they didn't even have the contact information of the school's principal. What? As their head of the Xinjiang admissions team, Xu Mengchang was also confused when he received his college entrance examination results a few hours in advance. What happened? Where did he come from? Where is he going? What did he eat today? Oh, no, who gave him this bowl of rice? As a diligent and hardworking admissions director, he didn't even leave the personal phone number of the principal of the provincial top school. If he was transferred to an island country, Xu Mengchang would be too embarrassed to say hello to people when he went out unless he committed seppuku in public to apologize. Especially since 114 couldn't even find a private number, which made him even more confused. The provincial top scholar. 746 points. How topical. A college entrance examination figure, he has the undisputed highest score in science in the national test since the resumption of the college entrance examination. This gimmick alone can attract so much attention. It is a very prestigious thing for Tsinghua University to have such a topical top scorer in the college entrance examination join the big family of Tsinghua University. At least it can surpass the Beijing University next door, right? So Xu Mengchang quickly arranged everything. He called an acquaintance in the education bureau to ask for Principal Wang's phone number, turned on the navigation and headed straight to Xinjiang No. 8 Middle School. Tsinghua University has its own channels to get the college entrance examination results in advance, and Beijing University across the street certainly can do the same. Such good seedlings must not be overtaken by others. However, when Xu Mengchang drove to the gate of Xinjiang No. 8 Middle School, he saw a car parked in front of him. He was familiar with the license plate. Isn't this the car of Zhang Huaqing from Peking University? Like Xu Mengchang, Zhang Huaqing was the person in charge of the admissions team of Peking University in Xinjiang. The reason why Xu Mengchang remembered his license plate was mainly because this person's name was very interesting. It happened to contain the word Tsinghua. Not only did he defect to Peking University, but he also had to compete with him for students every year. This guy really doesn't deserve his name. However, when Xu Mengchang saw Zhang Huaqing sticking his head out of the car window and negotiating with the security guard, he quickly turned the steering wheel. Obviously, the security guard would not let him drive into the campus, which was a good thing. If he just parked the car on the side of the road, wouldn't he be able to seize the opportunity? As for the fines for occupying the road, well, how can 200 yuan plus 3 points be more important than a provincial top scholar? Zhang Huaqing was also very depressed at this time. As the head of Peking University's admissions team in Xinjiang, whenever he went to various major universities to do business, he would just drive in. The security guard at Xinjiang No. 8 Middle School was obviously a fool. He had already revealed his identity, but he still insisted that the car would not be allowed into the school without a pass. Isn't this just causing more trouble? How could he know that the security guard was also very frightened at this moment? As luck would have it, it's his turn to be on duty today. It would have been fine if he was just on duty, but unfortunately when he ran out he saw the principal slapping himself in the face. Although I don't know why a big shot like the principal would have the hobby of slapping himself twice for no reason. The security guard who saw this scene was very nervous. Of course he won't be killed, but his position is no longer secure. Why don't you behave yourself and love your school, and strictly follow the rules and regulations to be an excellent campus security guard with ideals and ambitions in the new era? What if Principal Wang finds a reason to expel you? So of course he has to act polite and well behaved. Well, you can fool me any way you want, but I have to follow the rules. Besides, what is the head of the admissions department of Beijing University? Is he in charge of his position? So Zhang Huiqing watched helplessly as a shifty-looking guy pulled the security guard away with his collar turned up, then took out his ID and walked into the campus with his back hunched. That's not right. Why does that person look familiar? As soon as this question popped into Zhang Huiqing's mind, he realized who that person was. Xu Mengchang, you villain. Zhang Huiqing blurted out these words with gritted teeth. He reacted quickly and realized that he didn't come here today to compete with the security guard. Now his opponent has seized the initiative. You have to know that famous schools will use every possible means to attract students. Whoever sees those high-scoring students first will basically be accepted, unless they have already made up their mind about a certain school. They directly put other people's outstanding students under house arrest in a hotel rented by the admissions team, and sent admissions teachers in turn to use MLM-style brainwashing methods to brag about how good their school is and how excellent the majors are. Do you dare to believe it? They may even directly buy high-speed rail or airplane tickets and take the students and parents to the school headquarters for a tour. When attending various meetings, senior students will come together to tell you how wonderful the school is, how loving the classmates are, and how strong the learning atmosphere is. Their words are comparable to those used by micro-businesses to attract people. Can you believe them? Zhang Huiqing dared to believe it because he did it often and no longer had any psychological pressure. We must not let Xu Mengchang see the outstanding students of number 8 middle school first, otherwise he won't even be able to see their shadows. Thinking of this, Zhang Huiqing didn't even want the car anymore. He just unbuckled his seat belt and was about to abandon the car and enter the school. Hey, young comrade, you can't do this. Parking is not allowed in front of the school gate, pull over quickly, or I can't let you in. The security uncle, who was full of responsibility, immediately scolded. Chapter 15. Please take a seat. Principal Wang was finally sure that he was not dreaming, so the first thing he did when he arrived at the office was to take out the names of the students in the 2 fast-track classes in the senior year. Perfect, Tang Pudding, Qin Yao and Qi Chen were not on the list. So the Education Bureau made a mistake. But Principal Wang didn't have the courage to call his old boss, not to mention that the person in charge of Tsinghua University and Jingcheng University's Xinjiang admissions group had called him just now. This couldn't be false. Principal Wang suddenly had an idea and finally remembered that there were 6 parallel classes in the school. There is no other way, let us look for them one by one. Fortunately, classes 1 and 2 are key classes, and classes 3 to 6 are parallel classes. Principal Wang, who is a Virgo, of course had to start from class 3 and look for them in order. He soon saw 3 names. There was no other way, as the student numbers were all lined up together and they were too easy to recognize. In the next 10 seconds, Lao Wang entered a state known as enlightenment in the study of Taoism. He once again began to ponder the meaning of life and even the origin of the universe, and other unsolved and profound philosophical problems. After all, as shallow as he was completely unable to understand and think about how all this happened. A parallel class in a non-key public high school actually produced 3 top students, who took the top 3 places in the provincial college entrance examination. Has the operating rules of this world changed? Has the end of the world in 2012 been postponed to 2019? Is there really a high-level creature called Buddha somewhere in the vast universe who performs miracles just because someone looked at him more among the crowd? Fortunately, even though he was just the principal of an ordinary high school, Lao Wang was a time-tested proletarian fighter. 10 seconds was enough for him to come back to his senses from his boundless fantasy, and he immediately picked up his phone and started making a call. Of course, the call was made to Comrade Deng Chao, the head teacher of Class 3, known as Old Deng by the students of Class 3. Lao Wang must ask Lao Deng why he can't live next door to him. Oh, no, why does his family have 3 such good kids? Oh, no, why does his class have 3 such good students, and he has never heard any news about them? This confidentiality work makes him very passive. When Lao Deng received Lao Wang's call, he was also confused. Old Deng was mentally prepared for the 1 in 1,000 chance that Tang Buding would get a score that would surprise him. He even took a picture of Tang Buding's student number and query code, ready to call him as soon as possible to check Tang Buding's college entrance examination results. Score. After all, Tang Pudding had performed amazingly in the mock exam. This was enough to prove that his fall was not in vain, and his left arm was not broken in vain. But just getting 746 points and becoming the provincial champion in science is a bit too much, isn't it? No, it's too much. Where did the other 4 points go? Well, after being confused, old Deng was still very happy. After being happy, he became confused again. Tang Pudding was fine, but what about Qin Yao and Qi Chen? How come they were usually so secretive, so they showed up in the college entrance examination? 3 geniuses were born from a fall. His broken arm was quite earth-shattering. Or Lao Deng suddenly didn't dare to think about it, or God put the remaining 2 on his account. He had to break another arm and a thigh. Damn, stop thinking about it. After waking up, Lao Deng immediately rushed to school despite his sick body. The doctor said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. The results are out today, not today when you need to fill out your application. Why did Principal Wang call you over? Seeing old Deng dragging his sick body and trying to put on his clothes to go to school, his wife was dissatisfied and grumbled. You know shit. The top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination this year is from our class. How can I, as the class teacher, not go? Old Deng scolded arrogantly. Is that Tang Pudding? Wait, don't the college entrance examination results officially start to be available at 9 o'clock? It's only 8:30 now. Old Deng's wife was shocked and asked subconsciously. You know nothing. It was obvious that old Deng had gotten very cocky today. He even dared to swear in front of his wife. What he said afterwards was even more outrageous. Of course the Education Bureau can get the scores of outstanding candidates in advance. That's right, Tang Pudding is the top scorer, and there are 2 other students in our class who got the 2nd and 3rd place this year. The top 3 in the province are all my students. The wife was stunned for a long while before she said softly, Old Deng, you have to take care of yourself. Look carefully when you go out, don't fall. Puff. Although he scoffed at his wife's consolation, Deng Chao still showed great vigilance and rushed in the principal's office in the school's administrative building. However, he was still late. He had wanted to report to Principal Wang alone, but there were already 2 guests sitting upright on the sofa in the office, leaving no seat for him. While Lao Deng was still thinking about how to start, Lao Wan immediately introduced them enthusiastically. Hey, Lao Deng, hurry up, come in quickly, let me introduce you, this is Comrade Shumengchan, the leader of our provincial admissions team at Tsinghua University, and this is Comrade Zhang Huiqing, the leader of our provincial admissions team at Jingcheng University. These 2 have been waiting for you for a long time. This introduction made old Deng excited. He had never expected that the heads of the admissions teams of 2 prestigious schools would be waiting for him in the principal's office. With this treatment, he would have no problem bragging about it when he led the next class. Oh, you are Teacher Deng. Hello. It is true that a meeting is worse than a visit. Is your arm broken? A good teacher like you who does not leave the front line even with a serious injury is truly admirable. Please sit down first. Shumengchan quickly stood up and gave up his seat. After all, the head teacher has been with the students for 3 years. In many cases, 1 word from the head teacher is more useful than 10 words from the admissions teachers. At this time, Shumengchan certainly had to show an attitude. Zhang Huiqing became anxious. Didn't he just arrive 5 minutes later than Shumengchan? So he had no objection to Principal Wang introducing Shumengchan first, but this guy was too shameless, wasn't he? When did he become so good at flattering? It was simply embarrassing. Har, Teacher Deng, I'm so disrespectful. It's all the fault of our capital university for not doing our job carefully. They didn't even come to our number 8 middle school for research before. I have to reflect on this. If I had met Teacher Deng earlier and knew how dedicated you are, how could I have made such a mistake? Why don't you just sit here and I'll just stand, said Zhang Huiqing. This confused old Deng again. Tsinghua University on the left and Peking University on the right, both are considered the top universities in China, so it would be inappropriate for him to sit on either side. When he was in a dilemma, Lao Deng looked up at Lao Wang, thinking that Principal Wang was knowledgeable and could always give him some advice. No, old Deng, come here, 2 admissions teachers have something to ask you, why don't you just sit here with me, I'll stand and listen. Chapter 16 Other People's Children. Tang Pudding planned to sleep until he woke up naturally as usual today, but he was awakened by the roar of the Hedong lion again. Pudding, what day is today? Don't you know what's going on? Tang Pudding, who was still dating Zhu Gong's daughter, looked blankly at the intimidating woman in front of him. He felt that his innocent eyes were enough to make the most ferocious female Tyrannosaurus Rex feel love for him, but he couldn't impress the woman in front of him. What day? Mom's birthday. No, Mom and Dad's wedding anniversary. Well, that's not right either. Mother's Day. Didn't it pass? Chinese Valentine's Day. It hasn't come yet, has it? Even if it has, you shouldn't be mad at me. You can go find old Tang. Well, find old. Tang Pudding looked at his mother's increasingly dangerous expression, and wisely lowered his voice. Don't play dumb with me, today is the day when the college entrance examination results are released. You've been free for more than 10 days, and I've been putting up with you all the time, just waiting for today. Har har, why don't you get up quickly, have breakfast and check your scores. Yang Meiru sneered and took out the feather duster that she had hidden on her back. In her opinion, the father and son of the Tang family deserved to be punished. They were the kind of bitches who dared to open a dying factory if they were given a little warning. Therefore, the feather duster was a weapon that was always available in the family, and its effect was very obvious. The disobedient son in front of him immediately became much more obedient, but what was this guy mumbling? Isn't it still early? Besides, why do we need to check? Someone will come and tell us the good news soon. What good news are you reporting? Have you become stupid because of being idle at home? Hurry up and get up, or I'll punish you. Tang Pudding was helpless. Well, he had to endure it for a while. Having been the top scorer in the college entrance examination at least 700 or 800 times, Tang Pudding is already very familiar with the entire process. If nothing unexpected happens, in at most 20 minutes, old Deng will bring admissions teachers from prestigious schools to his home. Sometimes it will be one, sometimes two, and sometimes many. It's still okay when there's only one person, but when there are more people, the boasting is so excessive that Tang Pudding has to feel ashamed for the teachers. Of course, Tang Pudding can understand it. After all, if someone brags too much, it's easy to believe it. Tang Pudding, who used to be a psychologist, knows this situation very well and even has a special term for it. If you believe what you brag about, but it doesn't work out, that's called the self-hypnosis effect. If you believe what you are bragging about, it will really come true. That's called the expectation effect. To put it in a more deceptive way, it's also called the Rosenthal effect. Tang Pudding usually uses the second noun, which is more useful for pretending to be cool. Anyway, he really couldn't muster the energy to check the scores. But his mother's reminder reminded him that there was a bet on the forum. I wonder what the expressions of those kids will be after they know the scores. I believe it will be very exciting. So after Yang Meiru turned her head, Tang Pudding didn't get up and get dressed. Instead, he reached out and took the phone in his hand and went straight to Chiabar. It is quite lively on Chiabar today. Especially the forum of Yarxiang Middle School. It's only what time now? There are many pictures posted non-stop. I randomly clicked on a post and looked at the photo. Hey, why does the school gate in the photo look so familiar? Hey, there are actually 2 red banners. Hey, there are 2 rows of students standing below, each of them making a scissors sign and smiling happily. A bunch of little kids born in the late 90s and noughties actually posed like old men from the 80s when taking photos, which made Tang Pudding deeply sad. Wait, his focus seems to be wrong. These little brats don't seem to be classmates from number 8 middle school. Wait, why are they wearing school uniforms with the words Yarxiang Middle School and Zhongnan Middle School printed on them? As a smart man, Tang Pudding figured out the reason immediately. Alas, these children are still too young. This is a banner that was customized according to the title of my post. I want to use this photo to slap the students in the face after the results come out. But why are they in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be better to wait a few more hours and decide whether to release it after the results come out? Tang Pudding was still a little anxious. His main concern was the first banner. He was confident in himself, but not that much confidence in Qin Yao and Qi Chen. If there was something wrong with their answers and they didn't get the top 2 places, Tang Pudding would feel very embarrassed. I sighed deeply in my heart and read the content of the post in detail. As expected, it was full of meaningless sarcasm and ridicule throughout the city. Congratulations to number 8 middle school for unifying the world for generations to come, and number 8 middle school is invincible in the universe. All kinds of compliments are thrown at Star City number 8 middle school as if they were free. This is probably the legendary killing with flattery. However, these are only played by students from other middle schools, and the top students in key middle schools are still holding back. Tang Pudding could imagine that after checking the results, if the one who should have won first place did so as expected, those top students would stir up a commotion in the forum. What a huge wave! But now? A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Should I use my status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination to propose that the top 10 students in this year's city's college entrance examination take a group photo together at the gate of Xingqing No. 8 Middle School? He really wanted to see what expressions these top students would have on their faces at that time. It must be very interesting, and it must be different from the bright smiles in the photos now. Just as he was imagining the joyful scene in his mind, Yang Meiru's roar reached his ears again. Tang Pudding, why don't you brush your teeth? Do you really want to be beaten? Coming. Tang Pudding responded lazily twice, got up from the bed lazily, washed up, sat at the dining table, and started to be scolded by Yang Meiru again. Look at you. You are so lazy all the time and don't know how to study hard. Do you know how much your mother worries about you? You are not even 40 yet and many of your hairs have turned white. Why can't you be like Aunt Lee's kid next door? He was admitted to the No. 1 middle school in the county last year. Do you know what the No. 1 middle school in the county is? It's a key school in the city. I heard from Aunt Lee that the teacher has talked to her a lot. As long as little Lee maintains his current grades, he can go to any 985-211 school in the future. You said your mom that I'm pretty smart too. I did pretty well in high school and got into a top university. Hey, why do you have to take after your dad's IQ? Woo. Tang Pudding's mouth was full of buns, and he responded vaguely, just bear with it, it should be soon. Why hasn't old Deng come today? It's been 15 minutes. Bang. Just as Yang Meiru kept muttering and Tang Pudding was feeling infinite resentment, there was finally a knock on the door, and Tang Pudding instantly perked up. Here you are, you are finally here, Mom, I'll go open the door first. Hey, Tang Pudding, you are not going out today. No one can call you out. Yang Meiru roared behind Tang Pudding. Chapter 17 Selective Ignorance. Tang Pudding ignored Yang Meiru's shouting behind him. The people who come at this time must be Lao Deng and the admissions teachers from major prestigious universities. It's not up to this woman to decide where to go later. However, when he opened the door, he was stunned. It was not old Deng. Hey, why are you here? Tang Pudding asked puzzledly. I met Qin Yao downstairs. This is what happened. You know, we really succeeded, we became rich. Ouch. Qi Chen, who liked to answer questions quickly, didn't finish his words and suddenly howled. Tang Pudding's eyes twitched involuntarily. Shocked. Just now, a delicate girl had committed an infuriating crime in front of him without any scruples, hitting a wretched man's instep with her high heels. You're so long-winded. Qin Yao said with cold contempt, and then said concisely, Teacher Deng just called us and asked us to go to your house to wait for him and the admissions teachers from Tsinghua University and Peking University. He said he wanted to talk to us. Tang Pudding suddenly realized. No wonder, this time he brought Qi Chen and Qin Yao to fly together, no wonder things changed. But what kind of trick did old Deng have? He actually called 3 people together? Did the admissions teacher let him do this? Hey! Isn't this the little girl from the Qin family? Girls change a lot as they grow up. She looks different every day and is getting more and more beautiful. Come in, please come in. Yang Meiru, who was following Tang Pudding, saw the 2 people at the door and greeted them warmly. It's just unfortunate that Yang Meiru chose to bypass Qi Chen. There was no way around it. Every time there was a parent-teacher meeting, Qin Yao was always the one the teacher praised. Although she failed to get into the fast class, as the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. At least in the parallel class, Qin Yao's grades are among the best. She is pretty, well-behaved and obedient, and of course she is loved by the teacher. Naturally, this left a deep impression on Yang Meiru, who had met her several times at parent-teacher meetings. As for Qi Chen, well, he's a playboy almost as good as her son, and a hooligan's at that. Does Yang Meiru care if he dies? Mr. Deng called you 2 here? For such a big event as meeting with the admissions teacher, he didn't even invite your parents. After staring at each other for a second, Tang Pudding asked. Chi Chen glanced secretly. Yang Meiru, who had already warmly invited Qin Yao into their house, lowered her voice and said, "Why not? Old Deng actually asked us to bring our parents with us. But Qin Yao's parents are not in Xinjiang right now. It seems that they just took leave and will not arrive in Xinjiang until tonight." "Oh. Her parents are really generous." Tang Pudding nodded, then asked in surprise, "What about your parents? Not to mention they went out of town too." "Oh, I didn't dare let them come. I was weak," Chi Chen said with a constipated look on his face. "Weak? Kidneys?" Tang Pudding glanced at Chi Chen. Chi Chen was stunned for a moment, then reacted and shouted in a low voice, "It's my heart. Do you understand what it means to feel guilty?" Well, Chi Chen should feel guilty. According to this guy's grades, if he could get 400 points in the college entrance examination, the Chi family's ancestors would be very proud. Now he has scored more than 700 points, ranking third in the province. How insecure does he feel? "Oh. So you just came here by yourself without even notifying your parents?" Tang Pudding nodded and asked. "I can't keep it a secret for long. Those two old guys have taken my student ID and query password. They will know my grades at 9 o'clock. Besides, old Deng will be here later. When he sees that I didn't bring my parents, he will definitely call them. So I hurried over to talk to you first. Which school do you plan to apply to?" Chi Chen asked anxiously. "Why do you care which school I go to?" Tang Pudding looked at Chi Chen in surprise. "Nonsense, how can I just ignore it? With my grades, if I really go to those famous universities, I think everyone will know I'm a fake in less than one semester. So not only do I have to go to the same school as you, I also have to study the same major as you, and I have to be in the same class as you. Anyway, I'll rely on you for 4 years of college. Let me tell you, my mom has a bad heart. I was admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University, and then was directly expelled. When she gets sick, it's very scary," Chi Chen said quickly in a low voice. Well, this guy was determined to rely on Tang Pudding, but I have to say that this guy at least knew his own mistakes. Judging from his grades, he would be exposed in the first semester. "Let's talk about it after we go in," Tang Pudding replied indifferently. "What university to go to? What major to study? It doesn't matter to Tang Pudding." "What? What did you just say?" Suddenly, a soprano voice that rose an octave made the two boys who were talking to each other tremble all over. Chi Chen, in particular, felt that his young heart had been irreparably hurt. "Auntie, Tang Pudding is the top scorer in this year's provincial college entrance examination with a score of 746. Teacher Deng asked us to wait at your house. He will bring admissions teachers from Tsinghua University and Peking University to talk to us later." Qin Yao's voice was clearly heard by the two. Tang Pudding glanced at Chi Chen listlessly. Chi Chen subconsciously shrank his head. There was no doubt that if this happened at his home, his mother's reaction would not be much better than Tang Pudding's mother. "Kid, you can't joke about college entrance examination scores. You can't make fun of your aunt. Tang Pudding is my son, how can I not know that? If he can get the top score in the college entrance examination, Zhu Barji can marry the Queen Mother as his wife." Yang Meiru's earnest words made Chi Chen couldn't help but grin. Yes, this is definitely his biological mother, just like the one in his family. However, the information in this sentence is so heavy. Doesn't it mean that the Jade Emperor has a grassland on his head? "What are you laughing at?" Tang Pudding said expressionlessly. Chi Chen's heart trembled. Well, this guy in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. He still had to stay with him in college for 4 years. Har har, it's nothing. I think if it was my mom, she would probably say something even harsher than this. "Auntie, it's true. You may not know this yet. Actually, Tang Pudding is doing very well in his studies now. Chi Chen and I got the second and third place in the city because of his help every day. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Teacher Deng will be here soon. You can ask him." Hearing this gentle voice, Tang Pudding suddenly felt that this beautiful squad leader who usually behaved very cruelly was actually quite cute. With her help in explaining, he could save himself a lot of time and effort. However, Tang Pudding, come in quickly. Still the familiar recipe, still the familiar taste. Tang Pudding walked into their house with a sullen face and was immediately pulled into his bedroom by Yang Meiru. Xiaoqin, please take a seat first. Feel free to eat the fruit on the table. I want to ask this brat something. Chapter 18. No. I don't know him. Yang Meiru had a lot of questions in her mind and wanted to ask her son about them, but just as they entered the house, there was a knock on the door again. Mom, it must be old Deng and the others. I'll go open the door first. Tang Pudding said immediately. If there was anyone in this world he least wanted to face, it would undoubtedly be the woman in front of him. After all, she is the woman with the closest blood relationship to him in this world. They are naturally connected by blood, and there is also level suppression. She can always easily give Tang Pudding a headache. She wanted to twist Tang Pudding's ear directly, but thinking of what Qin Yao just said and someone knocking on the door, Yang Meiru had no choice but to let Tang Pudding go to open the door. However, she did not follow him out immediately, but called Tang Pudding's father Tang Dazhuang in the room first. Qin Yao is not Qi Chen after all, and Yang Meiru still has a very reliable impression of this child. So she needs to find someone to digest the fact that her son has suddenly become a genius. Teacher Deng is here, please come in. Yang Meiru just hung up the phone and heard Tang Pudding's lazy voice. She felt a little angry again. The teacher came to visit in person, couldn't this guy be more enthusiastic? Yang Meiru just put on a smile and pushed open the door to meet the teacher, when she saw Teacher Deng, who was always very serious when talking to her at the parent-teacher meeting, looking at her with a warm smile she had never seen before. Oh, Pudding Mom, congratulations, your son is the top scorer in the science subject of this year's college entrance examination. If the words coming from Qin Yao's mouth are not credible enough, then coming from Lao Deng's mouth is tantamount to an official announcement. Yang Meiru suddenly felt a dizzying sense of happiness, so much so that she didn't hear clearly what Lao Deng said next. Come here, Pudding Mom, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xu Mengchang, the admissions director of Tsinghua University in our Yun province. This is Mr. Zhang Huaqing, the admissions director of Jingcheng University in our province. What? The admissions directors of Tsinghua University and Jingcheng University. The second wave of surprise came, and this time the dizziness was even stronger. Why did the admissions directors of two top domestic universities come together? No need to ask, they came to compete for Yang Meiru's son. This is a noble person that 99.99% of the students can't even ask for. Fortunately, Yang Meiru still had a clear mind and knew what her son was like. Is she still unclear about her role? Hey, the three teachers came in such a hurry that I haven't prepared anything to entertain them. Look what has happened. Tang Pudding, pour the tea quickly. Hey, Teacher Deng, can you please talk to me for a moment? Yang Meiru said in a low voice. Of course, Pudding Mom, what's the matter? Old Deng said quickly. There were three children sitting in the living room, and the top scholar's mother called Old Deng away again. For Xu Mengchang and Zhang Huaqing, this was not a problem. Anyway, they have to communicate with the children first, right? Teacher Deng. Yang Meiru pulled Old Deng to the corridor. Just when Old Deng was extremely confused, she finally spoke. You also know Tang Pudding's grades. You said that the grades haven't been officially released yet, so how did the teachers from Tsinghua University and Beijing University know about it? Do you think these two people are that? Yang Meiru said with blinking eyes. Deng Chao was stunned and couldn't react for a long time what Yang Meiru meant. No. Pudding Mom? What? That's it. Yang Meiru, who didn't want to say it clearly, stamped her feet anxiously. Deng Chao was even more confused. What are you talking about? Liar. I mean, they can't be liars. Yang Meiru finally couldn't help it and pointed it out directly. Deng Chao was stunned. Well, no wonder Tang Pudding always has such a wild imagination. It turns out that he is influenced by his family environment. Pudding's mom, are you overthinking it? It's normal for the admissions director of a top domestic university to know the college entrance examination results a few hours or even a day earlier than the students. Moreover, these two first found Principal Wang through official channels, so I came here to report the good news. Don't worry, this is real. The Education Bureau has notified Principal Wang in advance. Deng Chao explained with a helpless smile. Did Pudding really get the top score? Yang Meiru was completely shocked. How could this be false? Don't you know? In the last mock exam at school, Tang Pudding scored 146 points in every subject. Didn't he mention it to you when he came back? Deng Chao asked puzzledly. There is such a thing? Yang Meiru was shocked. Of course, this time it was a joyful shock. Har har, I said it a long time ago. Pudding's IQ is the same as mine, and it turns out to be true. Yang Meiru said happily. Deng Chao secretly rolled his eyes, well, very speechless. Unlike the Tang family who were overjoyed, Xu Xiaoqian was experiencing what it meant to have his smile freeze and then gradually disappear. The Xu family also had a guest, who was an admissions teacher from Tsinghua University who had been in contact with Xu Xiaoqian. First of all, the teacher congratulated Xu Xiaoqian as usual on his excellent performance in the college entrance examination, with a total score of 724.5 points, ranking 4th in the province. When Xu Xiaoqian heard his score, he smiled happily. Although it was a few points less than what he expected, it was still very good. However, 4th in the province. Xu Xiaoqian suddenly had a bad feeling. Teacher Qin, you just said that I am 4th in the province. Are the top 3 in the province in our Xinqiang? Xu Xiaoqian asked. Yes, you may not believe it when I tell you, but the top 3 in the province are from the same middle school, and this middle school is not even a key school in the city. Teacher Qin said with a sigh. Teacher Qin, the school you are talking about is not Xinqiang number 8 middle school, right? Could this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination be Tang Pudding? Xu Xiaoqian asked in a tone as calm as possible. Huh? How did you know? Do you know Tang Pudding? Are you good friends with him? Teacher Qin certainly didn't know about the messy things going on between students, and he had no idea about forum culture. He simply thought it would be a good thing if the two knew each other. After all, they had no information about Tang Pudding. However, Xu Xiaoqian had almost decided to join the Tsinghua University family. If the two are friends, then Xu Xiaoqian can be asked to help speak for them. Teacher Qin, who was thinking beautifully, did not notice that Xu Xiaoqian's smile had frozen, from the initial joy from the bottom of his heart to an awkward but polite smile. No, Mr. Qin, I don't know him. We are not familiar with each other at all. I have never heard of this name, really. The nerd who was not good at lying said this under the strange gaze of Mr. Qin, and then suddenly covered his stomach. Oh, my stomach suddenly hurts, I have to go to the toilet first. Chapter 19, Idiot Teammates and Pranks. Obviously, as a top student, Xu Xiaoqian is not very good at lying. He just called out Tang Pudding's name, and then turned around and said that he had never heard of this name, which is indeed very confusing. But now is certainly not the time to expose him. Not to mention that Teacher Qin from Tsinghua University was very confused, even Xu's father and mother didn't understand why their son reacted so strongly. To be honest, Xu Xiaoqian's failure to win the first place was a bit of a pity for his family, but the college entrance examination is full of randomness, and Xu Xiaoqian's family was already very satisfied with his score of 724.5. After all, this score has both zeros and integers, right? However, the mother knew her son very well and said worriedly, Hey, our Xiaoqian is good in everything else, but he is too ambitious. He didn't get the first place in the city this time. I'm afraid his self-esteem was hurt. I'm afraid that Teacher Qin will be embarrassed. Har har, Aunt Luo, you're joking. Xu Xiaoqian is so smart, I believe he can adjust himself. Teacher Qin said quickly. That's right. If you can't even withstand such a small setback, what will you do when you enter society in the future? Don't worry about it. Father Xu said domineeringly. In the bathroom, Xu Xiaoqian had no idea that the three adults were mercilessly criticizing his poor acting skills. After closing the door, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat. Where are the people? Where are the people? Come out quickly. Hey! Xiaoqian, your grades are out. What's your score? I can't load the web page or get through on the phone, I'm really worried. Xu Xiaoqian has been chosen as the top scorer in our college entrance examination. He must have inside information. You know nothing. That's right, God Xiaoqian is mighty. Stop it. The college entrance examination results haven't come out yet, but I've received news that Xinqiang number 8 middle school did take the top 3 places in this year's college entrance examination. The top scorer is Tang Pudding. Take down those photos you posted online. Looking at a group of friends making a fuss in the group, Xu Xiaoqian, who was already feeling very uncomfortable, suppressed his surging anger and urged. Really? Xiaoqian? Stop kidding. Xinqiang number 8 middle school took the top 3 places. That Tang Pudding is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Do you know that if you joke like this, I will go and fuck a 5-speed electric fan? I made this boast in the forum, and I used my real name. That's right, master, stop kidding. I'm still leaving a message on Chiabar with my real name. If there's one from number 8 middle school who's in the top 10 in the city, I'll live stream eating SHI. You guys are disgusting. Huh? Xiaoyu was blown out. I remember Xiaoyu also said that she wanted to broadcast live. Yes. Yes. What is Xiaoyu going to broadcast live? Xiaoyu was live streaming eating crayfish. Har ha har ha, she ate 5 pounds at a time. Xu Xiaoqian was already extremely angry. What was wrong with these guys? He had just said one sentence, and dozens of sentences popped up instantly. What was even more depressing was that no one took his words seriously. That's enough. Xinqiang number 8 middle school really took the top 3 in the city, oh, no, in the province. Just now, the teacher from Tsinghua University said that I only ranked 4th with 724.5 points. Tang Pudding scored a historic high of 746. Why don't you delete the photos quickly? If the news gets out, I won't be the only one embarrassed. Let me emphasize again, I'm not kidding. Xu Xiaoqian, who could no longer bear it, did not type this time, but directly sent a 7-second voice message. There was no way. No matter how fast Xu Xiaoqian typed, he could not compare with more than a dozen people. Moreover, since he typed without talking, no one could feel how serious he was at the moment. The chat on the screen finally slowed down, 7 seconds later. Are you serious? What the hell? 746 points. Tang Pudding from number 8 middle school scored 746. Did the Tsinghua teacher make a mistake? No, has the highest score in the national exam ever been over 730? Yes, last year someone scored 734 points on the national test too, which is said to be the highest score in the history of the national test. What the hell is 746? All added up, only 4 points were deducted. Impossible. What a bunch of stupid teammates. Xu Xiaoqian roared in his heart. He usually thought these people were quite smart, so why are their IQs so low today? The results will be out in a few minutes. With the current speed of the internet, it will probably take at most 10 minutes for the whole province to know that Xinqiang number 8 middle school has made it this year. Arrived there. At that time, Xu Xiaoqian simply couldn't imagine how those photos would be ridiculed, and what kind of mocking words would be said in the forum. Well, these people in the group made a lot of sarcastic remarks about Xinqiang number 8 middle school and Tang Pudding. Okay, you guys continue to argue. I'm going to delete the post first. Anyway, I didn't leave any message in that post. Those of you who want to live broadcast, just wish you good luck. After saying this, Xu Xiaoqian directly exited the group chat. He had said everything that needed to be said and had fulfilled his obligations. As for whether these people were stubborn or not, it was not something he could decide. But Xu Xiaoqian couldn't understand how magical Xinqiang number 8 middle school was. He had never heard of it, but the students it trained actually ranked among the top 3 in the province. Not to mention that Xu Xiaoqian and a bunch of young geniuses in the group have not been able to digest this news until now. Even the inside of number 8 middle school is still deeply shocked by this news. This story starts with the 2 banners hanging outside the school. Basically, anyone with eyes can see these 2 banners when passing by the school. Almost everyone was stunned. Especially the dean of number 8 middle school. When he saw the banner, he was completely stunned. Did number 8 middle school take the top 3 spots in the city in this year's college entrance examination? Tang Pudding was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. He was deeply impressed by the name Tang Pudding. It is said that one time when he was catching latecomers at the school gate, he caught this guy. This guy was late. What's his name? Which class is he from? He even said his name was Jay Cho and he was in the 1st grade science class. As a student born in the 1960s, the dean did not think there was anything wrong with the name Jay Cho and registered it seriously. With the mentality that kids in the key science class should just be occasional offenders who should not delay the school, he let Tang Pudding go in first. As a result, when he went to find the head teacher of class 1 to inform them of the situation, he made a big joke. Finally, the furious dean checked every class one by one and finally found Tang Pudding from class 3. Such a naughty guy became the top scorer in the city. Isn't this an international joke? Thinking of this, the Dean of Studies immediately called the security guard on duty and pointed at the banners and asked, "Lao Zhang, what's going on? Who put up these two banners?" Old Zhang, who was feeling terrified, felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the stern face of the dean. "Director Zhu, a group of high school seniors came at 6 this morning and asked someone to hang it up." A senior high school kid. The dean was immediately furious. Could it be another prank that Tang Pudding came up with? Chapter 20, The Strongest Reason. 020, The Most Powerful Truth. Old Zhang, you are an old man. Why is your ideological awareness so low? Can't you read? How can you let a half-grown child hang up a banner like this? This is making a fool of the school. Hurry up and find someone to take down this banner for me. Director Zhu scolded at the school gate with annoyance. Old Zhang was stunned for a long while before he spoke, but Principal Wang also saw it when he went in just now. He didn't say he wanted to pick it. And many teachers and students saw it when they went in just now, and they talked about it for a long time. Principal Wang has seen it. Director Zhu was shocked. What should he do? Principal Wang didn't say anything, which meant he must be angry. After all, it was his job that he didn't do well. What did Principal Wang say at that time? Director Zhu asked quickly. Old Zhang hesitated for a while. Well, Principal Wang didn't say anything to him. He just slapped himself twice in front of him. Is it really okay for him to tell the dean about this? What are you hesitating about? What did you say? Director Zhu became impatient and asked loudly again. At this moment, a burst of music came from Director Zhu's pocket. The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the endless green mountains. Hearing the music, Lao Zhang subconsciously wanted to sway his body to the rhythm. Director Zhu glared at the senior school security guard and took out his phone from his pocket. Director Zhu's heart tightened when he took a look at Principal Wang on the caller ID on the screen. Well, it's a bad year. Criticism is coming. After glaring at the innocent-looking old Zhang, Director Zhu quickly answered the phone. Principal Wang, I want to apologize to you. Director Zhu hadn't finished speaking when an excited voice from the other end of the phone interrupted him. What time is it? You're still reviewing? What's the point of reviewing today? The top 3. Today, the top 3 in the provincial college entrance examination are all in our school, and you still want to review? Hurry up and come to my office to discuss how to reward our excellent class teacher, Mr. Deng Chao, and how to commend our top 3 winners. No, listen to me first. You are not also affected by the banner at the school gate. Before he could even utter the word fool, he was interrupted by Principal Wang again. What's the use of banners? The Education Bureau has already notified us that the admissions teachers from Peking University and Tsinghua University have already found the home of the top scorer, Tang Pudding. You should come over quickly and don't waste time. Principal Wang continued excitedly, then immediately hung up the phone. Director Zhu was completely stunned. He listened to the busy tone on the phone and was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Is Tang Pudding really the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Impossible, he must be dreaming. Yes, he must be dreaming now. This dream is so weird, it feels like it's real. Thinking of this, Director Zhu looked at old Zhang in front of him blankly, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped himself hard in the face. Lao Zhang is about to cry. Didn't he check the almanac before going out today? First, Principal Wang slapped himself twice in front of him. Now Director Zhu slapped himself in front of him again. Does this mean you don't want him to continue doing this? But on second thought, it seems totally unnecessary. I really don't want him to do it anymore. For these two, it's just a matter of a word. Is it necessary to take turns slapping yourself in front of him? Seeing how hard they used, it must be painful, right? Wait, did I suddenly gain a special ability so that whenever important people see me, I have to slap myself? Just when Lao Zhang's mind was full of wild thoughts, the burning pain on his face finally confirmed to Director Zhu that he was not dreaming. In other words, number 8 middle school really had a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Well, we really need to go to Principal Wang's office to discuss what to do. After all, the number 8 middle school has never produced a top scorer in history. At Don Pudding's house. The atmosphere is very subtle. The two admissions teachers were talking about this, one after the other, and in their descriptions, Tsinghua University and Peking University have become places like paradise in the sky. However, Tang Pudding was obviously in a daze. Qin Yao and Qi Chen seemed to be listening very seriously, but they didn't say a word, and their eyes were always on Tang Pudding. Old Deng's kind eyes wandered over the three people, with a smile on his face, and it was unknown what good thing he was thinking about. Yang Meiru, the only one who could pay attention to Tang Pudding, was a little absent-minded and did not notice that her son dared to be distracted when two teachers were introducing the top universities in China. Tang Pudding, Qin Yao, and Qi Chen. After all this talk, have the three outstanding students decided to come to Tsinghua University? When Zhang Qinghua finally finished speaking, Xu Menchan said while the iron was hot. This is a suggestive question, and it is also a trick often used by admissions teachers. Of course, Zhang Qinghua could hear that Peking University was directly excluded, and Xu Menchan was not fair. However, what made Zhang Qinghua happy was that the three of them did not express their opinions, and even their expressions did not change, so now it was his turn to speak. Three of you. It's like this, Teacher Zhang and Teacher Xu, my decision on which school to go to is the same as Pudding's. I only have one request, I want to go to the same school as Pudding and study the same major. Qin Yao said with a smile. Ho! Xu Menchan and Zhang Huaqing were both stunned, looking at this young and beautiful girl in confusion. It's like this, Pudding and I are in a romantic relationship. I was able to get good grades in the college entrance examination thanks to his guidance and encouragement, so I hope to be with him forever. Qin Yao said with a hint of shyness and sweetness. Tang Pudding, who had been in a daze, suddenly shuddered and turned his head to look at Qin Yao in horror. Is this woman crazy? She actually said such a thing in front of his mother? And that expression? This woman should apply to the Beijing Film Academy, right? As expected, Yang Meiru, who had been absent-minded, immediately became alert. The look she gave Qin Yao changed again, full of surprise, and she looked at her daughter-in-law with a serious look. What? Qin Yao, Pudding? You guys were actually together without telling me? Qin Yao, don't you really know how much I love you? If it wasn't for you, why would I study so hard? Qi Chen suddenly said angrily, the disappointment and loneliness on his face made people want to cry. Then Qi Chen turned his head and looked at the two admissions teachers who were still in a daze, and said firmly, Teachers, I don't have any other requirements. I will go to whichever school they decide to go to, and I will study the same major as them. Finally, Qi Chen turned his head again, looked at Qin Yao affectionately, and said firmly, Yao Yao, I will not give up. I must prove to you that I am no worse than Pudding. Chapter 21. Come, get excited. Everyone was stunned. So this time, the enrollment also involves a love triangle between the provincial champion, runner-up, and third place. Is it necessary to be so exciting? Look at Qin Lu's tender expression, and then look at Qi Chen's affectionate look. If a school recruits these three people, maybe a good story will arise. Nothing wrong at all. This is exactly the kind of gimmick that the internet age needs. For a moment, Xu Menchan and Zhang Huaqing looked at Tang Pudding more eagerly. Of course, Yang Meiru was different. She didn't like Qi Chen at first, and now she felt even more uncomfortable the more she looked at him. How dare he snatch her daughter-in-law from Master Tang? At this time, it was old Deng who kept a clear head, and only his focus was normal. Qin Yao, Qi Chen, do your families know about this idea? Old Deng asked kindly. This is the core of the problem. What made Lao Deng feel even more uncomfortable was that he didn't even know about the love triangle in his class. This was a dereliction of duty by a high school class teacher. It was also a dereliction of duty by all the teachers in the third grade of high school. Given the gossipy nature of these people, if there was any sign of something going on between male and female classmates, they should have discovered it long ago. However, there was a love triangle right under his nose. How well did these little guys keep it secret? Even the teachers who interacted with them every day didn't know about it, so the parents probably didn't know about it either. How can such a big thing as filling out the application form be left to a few little kids to decide on their own? Teacher Deng, I have already discussed this with my parents. They completely respect my decision on filling out the application. Qin Yao said with a smile, if you don't believe me, they will be able to rush back to Star City tonight. You can ask them. Me too. My parents said I can do whatever I want. Qi Chen agreed immediately, though he seemed a little guilty. By the way, Qi Chen, I understand that Qin Yao's parents need time to rush back from Beijing, but where are your parents? Old Deng asked curiously. What a great thing! My child got the third best score in the province. The admissions director of Tsinghua University and Peking University came to talk to me personally. He even told me on the phone that I should bring my child over quickly. But only the child came, not the parents. Today's parents have a lot of problems with their children. Are you so relieved? Chicken, you are so beautiful, chicken, you are so beautiful. Just as old Deng was asking this question, a song full of postmodern style rang in everyone's ears. Looking at Chi Chen, who took out his mobile phone, Yang Meiru curled her lips. What a messed up ringtone this little brat has. Oh? My mom's calling. I'm going out to answer it. Chi Chen was about to slip away, but was stopped by old Deng. Don't go out, answer it here. I still need to talk to your mother. Although he had graduated, the influence of his old class teacher was still there, so Chi Chen had to answer the phone. Chi Chen. You scored 725. Oh my god, 725. Third in the province. A surprised and excited voice came from the microphone. Yang Meiru curled her lips in disdain. Look how excited this woman is. Isn't it just 725? Isn't it just third in the province? Her son scored 746, first in the province. Is she proud? Is she showing off? Is she yelling with excitement? With this much cunning, you still want to compete with her for the daughter-in-law? Ahem, Mom, I understand. Teacher Deng has already informed me. Now give me the phone. Fearing that the student might not be able to explain clearly on the phone, Deng Chao snatched the phone from Chi Chen's hand and said, Ms. Chen, congratulations to Chi Chen for getting third in the province. We are now at Tang Pudding's house in their class. Qin Yao is also here. The three of them are the top three in this year's college entrance examination. The admissions teachers from Tsinghua University and Beijing University are also here. Would it be convenient for you to come now and confirm your child's college entrance examination application? Tsinghua? Peking University. Okay, thank you, Mr. Deng. Tang Pudding's house, right? Ask Chi Chen to send me the address on WeChat, and the child's father and I will be there soon. Finally, 2 more backbones have come, and this makes us much more reliable. The college entrance examination results were announced, and countless reporters were waiting at the door of the Education Bureau. The National College Entrance Examination is of great concern to the whole country, and the top scorers in each province and city are the focus of many people's attention. Of course, it is also possible that there are too few hot news events recently, and a group of reporters have nothing to do. We have to come up with something to fill the space. The journalist friends who were waiting at the gate of the Education Bureau today did not come in vain, because they learned a shocking piece of news almost at the same time. This year, the top 3 schools in the province in the college entrance examination are not from Yaxian, Zhongnan, or Juanli, but from Xingqing No. 8 Middle School. What the hell is Xingqing No. 8 Middle School? Where is this school? Is there any remarkable history before? Who is the principal? Who are the key teachers who deserve special mention? They don't know any of the above questions. The top scorer in the college entrance examination was a patented product that Yaxian, Zhongnan and Juanli had already applied for. What on earth was this Xingqing No. 8 Middle School that suddenly appeared? This made the preparations they had prepared in advance completely useless. In fact, every year when introducing the schools of top scorers in the college entrance examination, there are always sample essays, where the school is located, how excellent the teaching quality is, what kind of background it has, how many good results it has achieved in history. Isn't it enough to just change the name of the school, the top scholar, and the principal, and a perfect manuscript will be produced? The college entrance examination only happens once a year, who cares about copying last year's template? But it definitely won work this year. Because well-informed reporters quickly got the answer from the Education Bureau. Xingqing No. 8 Middle School is not a provincial key middle school. It is not a key middle school in the city. It is not even a key middle school in the district. In fact, it is not even a key middle school in the neighborhood. Because there is a Shihu Middle School on the same street not far from Xingqing No. 8 Middle School, and its teaching quality far exceeds that of Xingqing No. 8 Middle School. Damn it, the previous routine draft can no longer be used. But for the reporters, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Damn, big news. An unknown school actually produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination. One number one prize wasn't enough, he won 3 prizes in a row. It subverts the limits of everyone's imagination. This is big news. If they hadn't received this news right in front of the Education Bureau, no one would have believed it if they had reported it. Well, not even themselves. Now is the time to compete in speed. The principal of number 8 middle school, the top student S-class teacher, and the top 3 students. For website reporters, whoever gets the interview first means traffic and bonuses. For TV reporters, it means ratings. And for print media reporters, well, it doesn't matter. Print media still has a readership, and doing an exclusive interview with a person is also a good choice. Chapter 22, Be So Domineering. Hey, have you looked online? There's already a banner hanging up announcing that Xingqing number 8 middle school won the top 3 spots. This must have been done in advance. The management of Xingqing number 8 middle school is very confident in the 3 senior high school students this year. Is there any top scorer in this year's college entrance examination among these students? Not long after receiving the news, a reporter saw the photos that Xu Xiaoqian and his team had previously posted online. For many online media reporters, Weibo is absolutely an indispensable software. After receiving such shocking news, it was inevitable that some people would subconsciously check their Weibo, and Xingqing number 8 middle school and Tang pudding naturally became the key words. Of course, such a photo is the most precious thing for online media reporters at this time. As the saying goes, one picture is the first thing to start with, and the rest is all made up. If you can't even make up something, sorry, please turn left when you go out. Serious print media welcomes you. Otherwise, how did the shocked and blushing styles that shocked the whole world come about? It's not a big deal. If it's put in the online news headline, it can be written as shocking. A famous LOL player and a Dota player called each other a man, and tens of thousands of people watched on the scene. For example, a male star said on a show that his celebrity girlfriend applies a facial mask twice a day, morning and evening, to maintain her skin. XX reported that his girlfriend XX had sex with him twice a day, and each time was quite long. The story continues in this way, with photos from the internet and a title that makes people want to click on it: horror. Is it a lack of humanity or moral degradation? Xingqing number 8 middle school actually did such a thing. What a great publicity tool. Regardless of whether I can interview the person or not, this title alone is worth a chicken leg at noon. The true chosen ones quickly confirmed the information provided by Xu Xiaoqian through the omnipotent internet. That's right. The bucket of sugar pudding that they mocked online really won the top spot in this year's college entrance examination, and the Xingqing number 8 middle school where this guy studied also really took the top spot in the entire city. No, it was in the top 3 in the entire province. And soon, all the popular posts they posted on Chiabar were dug up collectively. Needless to say, it was of course that Tang pudding who made them grit their teeth, did it? No matter if it's someone who wants to talk about a 5-speed electric fan, or someone who wants to live stream eating SHI, or someone who wants to live stream cross-dressing, all the replies are just one sentence. Dear, keep your promise, remember to call me during the live broadcast. Otherwise I will sue you. All the graves were dug up, even the beautiful woman who was live streaming herself eating 5 pounds of crayfish was not spared. It's so embarrassing. For a while, no one in the Xiangnan Middle School forum dared to accept the challenge. That was fine, but soon there was another post with a very domineering title. I'm Tang Pudding, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Send me money. The content is simple and complicated. Basically, it adds almost all the accounts that were going to live broadcast something in previous posts, and then throws a sentence that if they don't live broadcast, they will pay money based on the difficulty. The post also carefully divides all the live broadcast content into 3 levels. For example, the first level of the 5-speed electric fan requires a deposit of 300 yuan, while the simplest one of live broadcasting eating crayfish only requires 100 yuan. The last part is a bank account number, bank address and account name. Well, it is the public account of the Hope Project Charity Fund. For the students of the 2 key middle schools in Star City it's a disgrace. But what can I say? News from local education channels of major portals such as Tencent, NetEase, and Phoenix have already come out, and top scorers in the college entrance examinations in various regions have also been announced one after another. Among them, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Xingqing is the most popular, and even the title is unique. Ordinary middle schools are rising. Xinjiang number 8 middle school ranks among the top 3 in the province. How domineering. Translated, it means that the key middle school was suppressed and trampled on the ground by Xinjiang number 8 middle school. Xinjiang number 8 middle school became famous in Xinjiang on the basis that 3 key schools were eclipsed in this year's college entrance examination. Of course, to be honest, Yarxiang, Zhongnan and Juanli Middle School actually had pretty good results in this year's college entrance examination. At least among the top 10, the remaining 6 are from these 3 schools. But the comparison of scores is too intuitive. Xu Xiaoqian from Zhongnan number 1 high school ranked 4th in the province with a score of 724.5. But the first place winner, Tang Pudding, scored 746. In an exam where a difference of 1 point can decide the outcome, what does it mean to have a difference of more than 20 points? Xiaoqian, don't be discouraged. The college entrance examination is just your starting point, not the end. As long as you continue to work hard, you will definitely surpass Tang Pudding when you go to college. The teacher from Tsinghua University's admissions team kept encouraging Xu Xiaoqian. This is a good seedling. Of course, we need to encourage more and never give up because of temporary setbacks. If you fold, you will be defeated. Xu Xiaoqian didn't say anything. He had just read the school forum. Of course, he also saw Tang Pudding's boastful posts, but what could he do? The winner takes it all. However, the words of the Tsinghua teacher did arouse Xu Xiaoqian's fighting spirit. He looked up at the teacher and said confidently, "Don't worry, teacher. I will continue to work hard and compete with him in college. I just don't know if Tang Pudding will choose Tsinghua. Har har, if he has vision, he will definitely choose Tsinghua. Even if he doesn't choose Tsinghua, it doesn't matter. Does it mean that we can't compete if we are not in the same school?" said a Tsinghua teacher approvingly to Xu Xiaoqian. The originally spacious living room of Tang Pudding's house began to look a little crowded. After Tang Dazhuang received Yang Meiru's call, he immediately asked for leave and went home. Qi Chen's parents also came. In addition to Lao Deng, the admissions teachers from the 2 universities, and 3 students, there were 9 people in the living room, so it was of course crowded. The atmosphere is also very subtle. Of course, joy is the theme of today, but when the adults all know the tortures and complicated love story between the 3 people, well, it's a little awkward. Especially for Qi Chen's parents. What is this called? In the eyes of the simple values of the Chinese people, Tang Pudding spent time tutoring you every day and helped you get good grades, but you turned around and tried to steal his girlfriend. It's not fair. It's so damn unfair. But even if it's not kind, he is still his son. Not to mention that Qin Yao is very pretty and has excellent grades. Fortunately, whether it is Tang Pudding, Qi Chen or Qin Yao, they are still children, and feelings are unpredictable. These days people get married and divorced, not to mention children playing house. It's just a fuss and that's it. But these 3 have already made up their minds to go to the same school. Well, follow Tang Pudding. My son knows very well that with 2 people like this serving as role models and encouragement, he might really be able to accomplish great things. Chapter 23, Kid, you are so crazy. Well, all eyes were focused on Tang Pudding. Especially the looks from Xu Menchang and Zhang Huaqing. If this guy nodded, it would mean that the top 3 students in Xiangnan province this year would go to the same school. The enrollment task in Xiangnan would be mostly completed. How easy it would be. And now there are only 2 schools competing, Tsinghua University and Peking University. The probability is very high. However, at this moment, Tang Pudding was playing with his mobile phone in public. Even Tang Dazhuang couldn't bear it anymore. As a father, of course I am happy that my son is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It is even more gratifying that there is a beautiful girl in the family who clearly expresses her love for her son. But playing with his cell phone in front of his homeroom teacher and the admissions officer of the country's most prestigious university, doesn't that really show he doesn't respect his father? Tang Pudding, put your phone away. Which school do you want to go to? Give me an answer. Tang Dazhuang shouted angrily. Tang Pudding looked up innocently, and was startled again. He was studying a very important issue. If those kids who had set great ambitions on the forum did not give him money, could he hire a lawyer to sue him? The internet is not a lawless place. If you dare to brag but not take responsibility, isn't this trampling on core values? Integrity is very important. Well, according to their normal routine, shouldn't the 2 teachers promise us some benefits and then let us choose? Tang Buding swept a look of contempt across Xu Mengchang and Zhang Huaqing's faces. His eyes clearly said, "You two are too unprofessional." Xu Mengchang and Zhang Huaqing were both depressed. Tang Pudding was right. In order to expand the school's influence and compete with famous universities, teachers in the admissions team can indeed offer some generous conditions, including but not limited to tuition reduction, even giving a bonus under various names are all negotiable. But these are things that cannot be put on the table. Those were all private promises made to students. Do you think the school has no dignity if this gets out? Now the admissions teachers from Tsinghua University and Peking University are all together, and there are so many people sitting here. How can they talk about this matter? If you really want something in this area, you can confirm your intention today, and then we can talk about it slowly. This is what I was thinking. There is still about a week left before filling out the application form. I wonder if Tang Pudding, Qin Yao, and Qi Chen are willing to go to Tsinghua University. Go to the university to have a look, get to know the place first, and then make a decision. Xu Mengchang invited with a smile. This is also one of the recruitment tactics. First, bring the person to the school, find a group of senior students who stay in school to help brainwash him, give him a tour of the school, and then naturally recruit him. That's right, it's all a routine. Of course, this is the routine of Tsinghua University, and also the routine of Peking University. That's what I meant. Peking University is just opposite Tsinghua University. The two schools are actually very close to each other. Why don't I help you book the tickets now? Zhang Huaqing said immediately. Okay. But I have a request. Tang Pudding said after thinking about it. What are the requirements? The two admissions teachers asked almost at the same time. When we get to school, I hope to meet some professors. I will prepare a few questions to test them. After all, going to university is to learn knowledge. If the professor's level is not up to standard, what am I going to learn? Tang Pudding spoke calmly. The two admissions teachers were stunned. Old Deng was stunned. Yang Meiru and Tang Dazhuang were also stunned. Qi Chen's parents were dumbfounded. Even Qi Chen and Qin Yao started rolling their eyes. Who the hell does this guy think he is? He was going to test the professors of two top universities. Would he dare to be more exaggerated? No, more arrogant. This made Qi Chen and Qin Yao feel a little embarrassed. After being stunned for a moment, Zhang Huaqing just felt disgusted to the extreme. He had seen madmen before, but he had never seen such a crazy guy. Setting questions to test professors. He doesn't dare to say anything about other places, but the professors at Kyoto University are of very high quality. After all, they have been immersed in their respective professions for decades. You, a high school student, want to work shoulder to shoulder with professors. This is not just arrogance, it is simply courting death. Zhang Huaqing was feeling sullen in his heart, but Xu Mengchang acted calmly and even asked in a playful way, I wonder what professional professor's ability Tang Buding wants to test. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology are of course the broad areas. Anyway, any professor in the field of science research is fine. Of course, engineering is also good. I'm testing this. If I can really meet a professor I admire, then it doesn't matter if I choose that major. If I can't find a major that satisfies me academically, I have other ideas. Tang Pudding waved his hand and said this as if it was a matter of course. This time, Zhang Huaqing was really too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Har, that's great. Tsinghua University has just invited a group of well-known foreign mathematics experts to hold a symposium on mathematical theory. If you go there today, you can catch a glimpse of those well-known mathematics experts tomorrow. After the meeting, I will help you contact familiar professors to solve your problem. How about that? Xu Mengchang strikes while the iron is hot. Okay. Tang Pudding nodded. He was a little bored staying at home, so going to the capital for a walk was a good choice. Then I will book the tickets first. Do several parents want to go together? I can book the tickets together and visit the school. Of course, if you are not free, you can rest assured to leave your children to me. The teachers from Tsinghua University and I will personally send them to Beijing. Xu Mengchang asked with a smile. As for Zhang Huaqing, well, ever since Tang Pudding asked that question just now, he has felt that this kid is hopeless. Isn't such an arrogant guy completely incompatible with the low-key and pragmatic style of Kyoto University? All right. Kyoto University currently has no academic talks or seminars in the near future. Zhang Huiqing didn't dare to brag like Xu Mengchang. Call a group of professors to Tang Pudding to be tested? Is this a job that a mere admissions teacher like him can do? Tang Pudding is still a child, so he can be ignorant. But how can he, an admissions teacher, be ignorant? In his opinion, Xu Mengchang's behavior was no longer principled at all. He could even foresee that his competitor would be drowned by the spit of the old professors. Well, as long as he has one breath left, he loses. Har. Let's not go for now. Pudding can go alone. Children need exercise. Tang Dazhuang made the decision quickly. Are you kidding? His son's arrogance already made him feel ashamed as a father. He was too embarrassed to scold this guy in front of so many people, and he even let him embarrass himself in Beijing? No, absolutely not. Chapter 24, Genius Creativity. On the high-speed train, 2 teachers and 3 students from Tsinghua University occupied an entire row of seats. It takes 6 hours by high-speed rail from Xinjiang to Beijing. No matter how good the admissions teacher's eloquence is, it is a very difficult task to brag about his or her school for 6 hours in a row. So the 2 ignorant students and a troublemaker can play with their phones quietly for a while. Of course, with the ability of the admissions teacher, there are still many topics to discuss with these students, but Tang Pudding is here. As a responsible troublemaker, he has the ability to make the atmosphere dull in a minute. For example, when Xu Mengchang advised Tang Pudding not to play with his mobile phone all the time, before he could explain the disadvantages of playing with mobile phones, Tang Pudding said coldly, "I understand that playing with mobile phones too much is not good for mobile phones. But I am using my mobile phone to prepare math problems for the professor. Please don't interrupt my train of thought, Mr. Xu." This is very embarrassing. Combined with Tang Pudding's look, it's clear that you are afraid that the Tsinghua professor can't solve the problem Tang Pudding asked, so you come to spy on the enemy. Xu Mengchang decisively didn't bother to continue communicating with Tang Pudding. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and beat up the little brat. He focused his attention on Qin Yao and Qi Chen. However, when he wanted to communicate with the 2nd and 3rd place winners of Xiangnan province, he found that the 2 of them were both very cold and aloof. Their attitude was very clear, they didn't want to have any communication with Teacher Xu. Okay, Xu Mengchang gave up. Of course, he would never have thought that Qin Yao was not showing off to Qi Chen. But the 2 of them had no idea at all at this moment. With their grades, it can be said that they have no chance of getting into any 985-211 universities, let alone Tsinghua University or Peking University. What is there to talk about with Tsinghua teachers at this time? What if the conversation turns to study and the truth is exposed? If they are found to be counterfeit, will they still be able to study at Tsinghua University? Of course, there were constant little actions between the 3 of them. Although it's easy to be discovered through chatting, we can use WeChat. Qi Chen has already created a small group of 3 people. Who came up with the genius idea for the love triangle bondage technique? A bucket of sugar pudding. Me. Am I really a genius? The Monkey King. You have fallen and were bewitched by a bitch. I am so sad. A bucket of sugar pudding. I'm happy to. Anyway, don't even think about ignoring us. Yao Yuan. Okay, Don Pudding. It was discovered that the 2 people had formed a strategic alliance to a certain extent. Of course, he was too lazy to bother with the 2 little brats. He still has important things to consider. If he can help Jianzi Jiazi avoid paying money, can he find a law firm to send a lawyer's letter to these guys? Well, this doesn't seem to be the right thing to do. Tang Pudding forced his mind to focus on the role of a troublemaker and the real business. It is highly likely that you have to go to college. 4 years will pass in a flash. How can you not regret wasting your time and feel ashamed for your mediocrity after 4 years? Well, this is definitely a serious matter. But now that I have decided to play, of course I have to play something big. Just thinking about it, there is no point in going through 4 years of college following a routine. Or maybe you can set up your own academy for fun. It was very abrupt, and this thought came up and couldn't be shaken off. For others, this is a fantasy, but for Tang Pudding, it is quite challenging. Challenge the difficulty. Think about it, there is a new major in a national first-class university, and there are only 3 students in the entire major. Even a teacher is not needed, but it seems that a counselor is needed, otherwise it would be too informal. Thorn, so exciting. Mr. Xu, I want to ask you a question. R. Xu Mengchang was stunned and looked at Tang Pudding warily, who suddenly spoke to him. This guy, if you take the initiative to talk to him, there is probably nothing good going on. In the long and glorious history of Tsinghua University, is there any outstanding person who, after being admitted, established a major in an extremely grand and coquettish way? Build a major. Xu Mengchang looked at Tang Pudding suspiciously, his mind a little behind. Yes, that's right. It means to establish a major with one's own efforts, and then be both a teacher and a student, and graduate successfully and gloriously. Tang Pudding explained. Xu Mengchang's hands are itching, he really wants to hit someone. Student Tang Pudding, please don't let your imagination run wild. You think it's fun to build a major at Tsinghua University. Don't say there are no such people in Tsinghua. I have never heard of any university in the world that can build its own major right after entering the school. A major, I am still a professional student, and I can graduate successfully. So this is the opportunity. Teacher Xu, think about it, an opportunity to make history is right in front of you. Are you excited? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Tang Pudding slapped his thigh fiercely and said, do you want to participate? Otherwise, I will give you the opportunity to make such constructive suggestions to the school leaders who can take charge of the matter. Xu Mengchang had a blank expression on his face. His hands were no longer just itchy, they were also shaking a little. It seemed as if there was a special force in this world that was directing his arms to make a particularly intimate contact with a certain part of the body of the guy in front of him at lightning speed. This is definitely a force that cannot be explained by physical mechanics. He had to use all his strength to stop this force. Damn it! Is this guy mentally ill? Should he propose to the school leaders to allow a high school graduate to establish a major in the school? And making history? Does this guy want me to say goodbye to the job I love starting this year? Xu Mengchang even began to regret recruiting Tang Pudding. Can Tsinghua University really afford such talents? Can the post-90s generation really be so arrogant nowadays? Tang Pudding, your idea, well, is really so. For a moment, Xu Mengchang didn't even know how to comment on Tang Pudding's idea. Creativity. Tang Pudding suggested considerately. Yes, very creative. So, this time Tsinghua University invites the world's mathematical masters to participate in the seminar. Several leaders of the school will be present. You can take a chance to report to the leaders when the time comes. Xu Mengchang came up with a bad idea. Of course, it cannot be said that Xu Mengchang had too much malicious intent. He believed that when this charming little girl in front of him really came in front of the school leaders, they would naturally realize how powerful she was. Leaders are leaders after all. That kind of deterrent power is not something that he, a teacher in the admissions team who is very particular about being friendly, can compare to. I'm afraid that this little brat won't be able to utter a complete sentence by then. Really? I'm still young and you can't lie to me. Tang Pudding's eyes lit up. Now Xu Mengchang was really speechless. Chapter 25, What's Wrong with Complaining? The next day, in the conference room of the Department of Mathematical Sciences building at Tsinghua University, Chinese and foreign mathematics experts gathered together to attend this seminar. As agreed, Xu Mengchang brought Tang Pudding, Qi Chen and Qin Yao into the meeting room. Of course, they could only sit in the last row. The ability to bring them in had to be applied for in advance, and Tang Pudding's achievements helped them win this extremely honorable treatment. 746 points. This is the best result in the history of the Huaxia national examination, no doubt about it. However, when reporting on the phone, Xu Mengchang also carefully mentioned that Tang Pudding might have some mental problems. Well, that's not right. Of course I can't be so direct. The original words were that this child is a bit stubborn. This was Xu Mengchang's feeling, but he had no idea what his leader thought. However, I think Tang Pudding will not do anything surprising at this seminar attended by Chinese and foreign experts. In fact, Xu Mengchang's thoughts were very simple. Let these experts and professors teach Tang Pudding a good lesson and let him know that there are always people better than you. A kid who just graduated from high school actually wants to challenge the authority of Tsinghua professors. Does he really think he is the reincarnation of Einstein? Even when Einstein was a student, there was no story about him giving lectures to professors, right? As an admissions teacher, he of course sat next to the three of them, and as a participant, he also received simultaneous interpretation headphones specially prepared for the meeting. Sitting in front of the four people were four white mathematicians from an unknown country, and they were talking in English. The seminar hadn't officially started yet, so the conversation between the four people was a little loud and could be clearly heard by the four people in the back row. Of course, the reason why the four guys acted so unscrupulously was probably because they did not think that the Chinese people behind them could understand what they were talking about. Indeed, including Xu Mengchan, the other three people really couldn't understand what these people were talking about. But this does not include one of the monsters. Teacher Xu, this guy said that there are no outstanding mathematicians in China, so he can't understand why this seminar has to be held at Tsinghua University. Tang Pudding suddenly said with a righteous look on his face, pointing at the high-nosed white man sitting in front of him. The sound was quite loud, and it attracted a lot of attention, including the Chinese mathematicians, school leaders, and leaders of the School of Mathematics and Science who were sitting in the front row. Xu Mengchan was stunned. He probably knew that Tang Pudding would. He wanted to make trouble and dared to make trouble, but he really didn't expect Tang Pudding to be so brave. Until now, this guy is still pointing one finger at the international friends in front of him with confidence. What is this? After that, Xu Mengchan was a little panicked. Facing the suspicious looks of his leaders, he suddenly didn't know what to say. John turned around and was also a little dazed. A little kid in the back seat was pointing his index finger at his head. Well, he did complain just now. But he felt he was telling the truth. China is already very backward in mathematics. Not to mention anything else, just take the Fields Medal, known as the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Only 2 Chinese people have ever won it in Chinese history, and both of them have already given up their Chinese nationality. And it was all decades ago. It has been almost 20 years since 2000. Which Chinese mathematician has won the Fields Medal? Absolutely not. Of course, saying this kind of thing here does make me sound a bit foolish. But John spoke in his native language with a strong local accent. There were indeed translators on site, but they were using simultaneous interpretation headphones and were sitting in 2 separate rooms in front of the large conference room to prepare. It never occurred to John that anyone could understand what he said. That's why I made such a well-founded complaint. But now the little guy yelled at him and pointed at his nose. So this little guy really understood. The entire conference room fell silent after Tang Pudding shouted out in protest of injustice. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tang Pudding's straight index finger. Qin Yao and Qi Chen, who were sitting next to Tang Pudding, looked serious and unfathomable. In fact, their hearts were pounding like they were about to jump out of their chests. Teacher Xu just introduced it to them. The person sitting on the left in the front row is a vice president of Tsinghua University. Next to their vice president is their vice secretary of the party committee of the university. Then there is the dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences, who is also an academician of the School of Chemical Sciences, and various well-known mathematicians. Qin Yao wanted to push Tang Pudding under the table at this moment. So many serious looks, it must be very stressful, right? Is this guy trying to cut himself off from the world? Hua, right. As for Xu Mengchan, he had now recovered from his panic. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Tang Pudding, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the southern Hunan region of China this year. He scored 746 points in the national college entrance examination. Well, this child is very interested in mathematics, so after asking for Principal Qian's consent, I brought him to attend today's lecture. As for the current situation, it's nothing. I was very dissatisfied when I heard him say that there are no famous mathematicians in China. Tang Pudding said again with confidence. After saying that, he saw many foreign friends hurriedly putting on simultaneous interpretation headphones, especially the foreign mathematician he pointed at who also looked confused. Tang Pudding thought he should temporarily play the role of translator. Well, this time everyone in the audience probably knew what was going on. John was also sure that it was indeed just a casual remark from him, and the young man understood it. The simultaneous interpreter who had been preparing in the cabin obviously noticed that many guests had already brought simultaneous interpretation headphones, so he began to pay attention to the situation here. Although the meeting has not started yet, the translation still needs to be done. You can't let a little brat take your job, right? Okay, I admit that I said this, and it's a bit rude, but isn't what I said the truth? Take the Fields Medal, which should be recognized as the highest mathematics award in the world, right? Has any mathematician in China ever won this award? John simply stood up, spread his hands, and said calmly, This is really embarrassing. But there is no way to refute it. John's frankness just killed the conversation. Of course, if it weren't for Tang Pudding's instigation, we could have just pretended that nothing had happened. Some things cannot be said openly. Look at the embarrassing scene. What is even more infuriating is that many foreign mathematicians showed expressions of deep approval on their faces. That is indeed the case. What did John say wrong? Why did you come all the way to a country that is not strong in mathematics research to hold a seminar and complain a few words? Just tell me what's wrong. Chapter 26. I'll prove it to you. The atmosphere was so awkward. Obviously, this mathematician named John is most likely a very honest guy, a little bit arrogant, and a little bit worldly wise. Tang Pudding felt that it was not easy for this guy to live to this age. On someone else's land, he told such a big truth that would embarrass the host. Is he really not afraid of being put in a sack when walking on the road at night? I don't agree with you. Tang Pudding's words broke the awkwardness in the meeting. The two simultaneous interpreters in the conference room also reacted and began to translate Tang Pudding's words simultaneously. There is no way around it. Many foreign bigwigs have already put on their headphones for simultaneous transliteration and turned on the switches. They can't continue to turn a deaf ear. Okay, then give me an example. Which mathematicians in China have achieved remarkable results since 2000? Instead of the Fields Medal, you can talk about the Wolf Prize. Of course, the Chinese don't count. John said with a pout. It was such an embarrassing remark that many people in the conference room could no longer sit still. Well, John is right. Chinese mathematicians have indeed not won any of these famous mathematics awards over the years, but is it really okay to say that? Tang Pudding glanced at John. He now really suspected that this guy wanted to cut himself off from the world. Well, who gave him the courage to say such things in front of a great mathematician? Isn't there someone standing in front of you? Tang Pudding said confidently. If he remembers correctly, he should have won at least 70 or 80 Fields medals in his long life. The Wolf Prize was even more, but I can't remember exactly. He even won the most prestigious Wolf Lifetime Achievement Award. But does he need to say this? In front of me? John felt sick. Who is in front of him? Isn't it just this little brat who is standing there? Could it be that this little brat is talking about himself? Well, who gave him the confidence? The leaders of Tsinghua University began to look unhappy. Especially the leader who answered Xu Mengchang's call yesterday. He finally understood what it meant that this kid was a little stubborn. This is the real axis. Even if you mean that you can win an international mathematics award in the future, you can't say it in this kind of occasion. It was already embarrassing enough, and now there was no way to end it. How old are you? You can win the Fields and Wolf prizes. This is a joke. It's no wonder the leader thought this way. The entire meeting room started laughing. Mainly those foreign mathematicians, although Tang Pudding didn't know what was so funny about it. As for Qi Chen and Qi Niao beside Tang Pudding, they had almost lowered their heads to their seats. This guy is so embarrassing. It's simply a loss for the people of Xinqiang No. 8 Middle School. Didn't you see that this meeting was of such high standard that there were reporters from TV stations present? Even if this guy didn't hear it, teacher Xu told him again and again when he came this morning. Is it necessary to be in the limelight like this? Qi Niao began to doubt whether it was a wise decision to rely on this guy for her 3 years in college. If she had to endure this humiliation every day, she felt that her psychological endurance was not good enough. Facing the roar of laughter in the venue and the cameras pointed at him intentionally or unintentionally, Tang Pudding appeared very calm. He has seen this kind of scene many times. It's not a big deal at all. Let alone the Fields Medal. How many times has he given acceptance speeches at the Nobel Prize ceremonies? What's the big deal about bursting into laughter? Who would believe that he once confronted a scientist at a Nobel Prize ceremony, and he made him want to rush onto the stage and fight him? Not to mention that he is determined to become a troublemaker in the new era. Okay, I know you don't believe it, so, world-renowned mathematicians, can you give me a chance to prove it to you? Tang Pudding said helplessly, spreading his hands. This time, Tang Pudding spoke directly in English, which immediately made countless foreign mathematicians in the entire venue even happier. Har har, this kid actually wants to prove it to them. Especially John, who couldn't stop laughing. Proof? How do you want to prove it? Oh, by the way, I just heard that you are the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. So are you doing the math test? How to prove it? Demonstrate your ability to answer questions on the spot. As for the leaders of Tsinghua University, I've already started thinking about whether I should call security. Although he is just a child, he is also the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Xianan province this year. But today this is a high-level mathematics seminar. Besides, so many foreign guests. We can't let this child continue to act so recklessly. Otherwise this person will be sent abroad. Haven't you seen that some foreign friends have already taken out their phones and started recording? Before coming to this conference, many mathematicians had applied for temporary access to Twitter and Facebook. There is no doubt that it won't be long before these videos become popular in the mathematics community. This is still a small matter. If it is noticed by those foreign media who are eager to create chaos in the world, wouldn't it damage the image of China as a great country? However, Tang Pudding did not give everyone this opportunity at all, and walked directly to the podium leisurely. There is a large multimedia screen behind the rostrum, connected to a computer. Well, the gentleman just asked me how to prove that I can win the Fields Medal in mathematics. Can I use this computer to prove that I can win? After asking this question, without giving the leaders on the stage a chance to respond, Tang Pudding sat down in front of the computer and opened a document. Well, everyone knows the Poincare conjecture, right? At least 5 mathematicians have won Fields medals for their research on the Poincare conjecture, but most of them were for proofs in high dimensions. The closest to proving it was a reclusive Russian mathematician, who also won the award, but he didn't go to receive it. Today I decided to show you how to prove the Poincare conjecture using pure extension. I think if I can do this, if the next Fields medal in mathematics is not given to me, then the judges must have something wrong with their brains. Of course, if you think this is not enough, I can also use the pure set principle to prove this conjecture. Besides, I am an out-and-out Chinese. I have never immigrated and have never considered immigrating. Then I will start now. After saying this quickly, Tang Pudding's hands began to dance rapidly on the keyboard. From beginning to end, the meeting room was never quiet. The various discussions and laughter even drowned out the sound of him typing on the keyboard. The leaders on the rostrum have not yet reacted to this sudden change. It's not the leader's fault for reacting too slowly. It's really hard for anyone to handle this kind of thing. You can't really drag out a provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination in front of so many reporters, right? Chapter 27: The craziest and most boring in history. The atmosphere in the conference room was still very cheerful. In fact, few people paid attention to the little kid sitting on the podium who had already started his argument. If the three-dimensional Poincare conjecture was so easy to prove, it would no longer be the Poincare conjecture but the Poincare theorem. How many mathematicians have spent their entire lives trying to prove the three-dimensional Poincare conjecture and have never succeeded, and yet a little kid has the audacity to want to solve this difficult problem on the spot. The school leaders on the rostrum were already feeling very uneasy. It's not that the leaders of this term are not capable, it's just that they have never encountered such a top scorer in the college entrance examination. What's more, everyone present here is a cultural figure, a world-class cultural figure. Mathematicians from all over the world gathered together, and there were reporters from TV stations recording the video. Not to mention the reporters, God knows how many foreign friends took out their mobile phones and recorded videos with great interest. In this situation, should the leaders really call the security guards to kick Tang Pudding out? The kid just wanted to solve a problem and didn't do anything excessive. Who would have the nerve to give him an order? Of course, the most important thing is Tang Pudding's identity. A half-grown kid who just graduated from high school. If it were an adult, he would have been forcibly taken away by security guards long ago. So conflicted. Principal Chen had secretly stepped down from the podium and found Xu Mengchan. Xu Mengchan, what's going on with this child? The stern look on his face showed Principal Chen's mood at the moment, which was very unpleasant. He even stopped addressing her as Teacher Xu and just called her by her first name. This was enough to prove that Principal Chen's anger had accumulated to the maximum and he was ready to use his skills at any time. At the side, Qin Yao and Qi Chen lowered their heads even lower. They were afraid that this imposing old man would notice them. They have already realized in their hearts, they are afraid they can say goodbye to Tsinghua University. Qi Chen even began to doubt whether Tsinghua University would still pay for their tickets back to Star City. Now think about it, it was so wise of teacher Zhang Huaqing to take the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Principal Chen, I reported to you on the phone yesterday that this top scorer in the college entrance examination is a little bit crazy. Xu Mengchang explained guiltily. Is this just a little bit stubborn? Principal Chen was completely furious. If he didn't respect his status, he would definitely use a 360-degree hanging kick to knock the eye directly. Kick this guy to Siberia. Anyone with a little bit of stubbornness can do such a thing in such a situation. If he is really stubborn, wouldn't this kid want to poke a hole in the sky? This information is quite inaccurate. Xu Mengchang was speechless. What else could he say? What are you thinking? You actually helped such an ignorant kid apply to attend such an important meeting. Principal Chen wanted to kill someone. No, Principal Chen, you don't know, this is what happened. Xu Mengchang quickly repeated what Tang Pudding had said to him, including but not limited to his doubts about the level of the school's professors and his desire to establish his own major. Principal Chen was stunned. Completely stunned. This is not the highest scoring top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination in history. This is clearly the craziest top scorer in the college entrance examination in history. So what if I got 746 points in the college entrance examination? At most, it means that the child has a strong learning ability, a smart brain, and a solid grasp of high school knowledge. This guy actually questioned the level of professors at China's two most prestigious universities. Note that we are talking about professors here, not lecturers. Is there any justice in this world? However, after a moment of hesitation, Principal Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, why does that shrill laughter seem to have disappeared? Did I seem to hear a few suppressed exclamations just now? Also, what the hell are those whispering noises? Huh? Even Xu Mengchang was staring at the big screen in a daze. Principal Chen quickly turned around and took a look. Hey, many people on the podium began to gather behind that boy. What was going on? Wait, those rows of guides and formulas on the big screen looked very professional. The so-called Poincare conjecture is a difficult mathematical problem proposed by French mathematician Henri Poincare in 1904. It is also one of the 7 unsolved mathematical problems of the millennium. To put it simply, any simply connected, closed 3-dimensional manifold must be homeomorphic to a 3-dimensional sphere. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, math problems are hard to understand. And topology is hard to understand. It's probably like you tie a rope around a round apple, and slowly pull it, until you find that you can pull the rope into a point. But this won't work with rubber rings, such as tires, because there's a hole in the middle. Rope tied. It cannot be retracted on the ring wall. Most people who understand this will think that this question is very simple. Isn't it enough to just find a round object and a rope to pull it slowly? But are mathematicians ordinary people? Mathematicians are not human beings, they are gods. Their brain structure is different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, this topic can also be linked to the shape of the universe, helping them to better understand 3-dimensional space. For example, suppose a person has a long enough rope and the ability to survive in space without eating, drinking water, etc. Well, you can imagine that there is such a god in the Department of Immortality in a certain university, and his magic weapon is an infinitely long rope. Then one day, he suddenly felt that life on Earth was boring, and wanted to travel around the world, but was afraid of getting lost, so he tied the rope to the highest peak on Earth, the Himalayas. Then he pulled the rope and began to fly in the universe. Until one day, after flying around the universe, he returned to the Himalayas, and then he was able to hold both ends of the rope. Then the student from the School of Mathematics and Science came on stage at this time. He excitedly told the student from the Department of Immortal Cultivation, "Student, if you can pull the 2 ends of the rope and pull it back intact, then congratulations, you have done something unprecedented and proved that the universe is a ball. Of course, if you fail to pull it back and do something unprecedented, then it proves that the universe is not spherical. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Mathematicians' imaginations are so capricious." From then on, the students of the Immortal Cultivation Department began the long task of collecting ropes in order to do something unprecedented. This is a rope that surrounds the entire universe. How long will it take to pull it back? So this question is difficult. It's been more than 200 years, and no one has been able to completely prove this conjecture using topological methods. And what Tang Pudding is doing now is pulling the rope. Obviously, as an excellent reborn person, he is very skilled in pulling the rope. A series of profound and difficult topological terms, mathematical symbols, and numbers kept jumping around on the document, and a group of people couldn't even keep up with this guy's train of thought. Who the hell has time to joke? Chapter 28, Can it really be guessed? In fact, Poincare wanted to prove this conjecture himself. But this great mathematician is not in good health. A few years after proposing this conjecture, the mathematician got up too quickly and suffered a cerebral thrombosis. So it can only be proven by future generations. For example, the one on the stage. At this time, the entire conference room was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge display screen in the conference room, not only their eyes, but also countless mobile phones. Wow, this idea? It's amazing. Why have I never thought of dealing with the singularity problem in this way? Hey, brother, you study topology. I study probability. Is this proof method really reliable? Reliable. So reliable, brother. From a topological point of view, the key to proving the Poincare conjecture is to solve the problem of ubiquitous singularities. You know how the Ricci flow changes space, right? There will always be points whose direction cannot be controlled. This point is the singularity. I didn't expect it could be solved this way. Isn't he that very high? It's so damn high. It's as high as several floors. Stop making noise and don't disturb my train of thought. There are many similar explorations. Of course, there are also comments that do not quite conform to the core socialist values. What on earth happened? Chi Chen looked confused. He really couldn't maintain his attention because he couldn't understand any of the symbols that popped up on the big screen. The only thing he could understand was the change in the atmosphere in the venue. From bursting into laughter, to great joy, to now everyone has a serious expression on their face, as if they had seen a ghost. The transition was very smooth, without any abruptness. How should I know? Qi Niao was also confused. What Qi Chen could understand, she could understand too, and what Qi Chen couldn't understand, she certainly couldn't understand either. Although they both had just used their mobile phones to search on Baidu for what the Poincare conjecture was, they still couldn't understand it. The problem was passed to Xu Mengcharn. I don't understand either, but looking at the situation, probably, perhaps, possibly, or Tang Pudding's proof process seems correct now. Or is it just a guess? Xu Mengcharn's tone was full of uncertainty. Aren't you a teacher at Tsinghua University? You don't understand this. Qi Chen was dissatisfied and said subconsciously. This one sentence made Xu Mengcharn feel so aggrieved that he almost cried. Damn, he is a teacher in the admissions department. He is not a math teacher. Not even a math professor. This was also the first time he heard the term Poincare conjecture today, right? But could he say that? There is absolutely no way to refute it. Tang Pudding is still a student, yet he can go on stage to prove this. After all, he is a graduate of a prestigious university, but he still can't understand it. Damn, what are the rules that govern this world? Hurry up, call academician Meng Haiqing of Huazhong University of Science and Technology and ask him to come over. Just say that someone is using topological methods to prove the Poincare conjecture, and the reasoning process is very rigorous, so it is very likely to be correct. Principal Qian hurriedly ran from the podium to Xu Mengcharn again and urged him. Meng Haiqing is an academician of the School of Mathematical Sciences of Huazhong University of Science and Technology and an honorary professor of the School of Mathematical Sciences of Tsinghua University. He can even be said to be the #1 topologist in China. He has spent almost his entire life on the study of topology, and naturally has his own insights into the Poincare conjecture. In fact, Meng Haiqing and his team were almost able to prove the Poincare conjecture. But still, a little off. Xu Mengcharn was really stunned this time. Qi Chen and Qi Niao beside them were even more stunned. What? Can Tang Pudding really prove a world problem? Baidu said that this was one of the 7 most difficult problems in the millennium, and there was even an organization that offered $1 million to the prover. And now such a serious mathematical problem is really going to be proved by that frivolous guy on the stage. Professor Meng didn't come today. Xu Mengcharn's reaction was a little slow today. Normally he wouldn't ask such low IQ questions. Will the leader let him call when he arrives? Fortunately, Principal Qian's IQ doesn't seem to be online today. Yes, it's just a little emergency, but nothing is more important than this. Please call quickly. After saying that, Principal Qian immediately trotted back to the podium, as if he couldn't see the big screen on the stage clearly from the audience. This action also caused three guys who didn't understand to complain inwardly. What are you in such a hurry for? You really don't have your glasses with you? He was surprised, a little happy, and a little scared, but at this time, Xu Mengchan absolutely did not dare to cause any trouble. Now it seems that this kid Tang Pudding is not only a little bit stubborn, but also really capable. The world's problems can be solved just by saying so. It's just that the world problem he raised set up a major on its own. This question flashed through his mind, and Xu Mengchan suddenly didn't dare to think about it anymore. Well, this should be an issue that the school leaders should consider, and he, a small teacher in the admissions team, doesn't he need to worry about it? It's better to make a phone call. He quickly walked out of the meeting room, took out his cell phone and pulled up the address book of the school's bigwigs. Called Mr. Meng. Hello, Professor Meng. I'm Xiaoshu from the admissions department. Principal Chen just asked me to ask you to come to today's seminar. It's like this. Someone is using a purely topological method to prove the Poincare conjecture. President Chen said his idea is very novel and seems to be correct. Yes, it's true. No, it's not a foreign mathematician, it's a Chinese. No, Professor Zhang Zhenhuo. Well, you should come over as soon as possible to find out the details. You will know when you come. Okay, yes, it's in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Institute of Mathematics and Science. You should come over as soon as possible. Okay. Xu Mengchan hung up the phone. He could hear the surprise in Professor Meng Haiqing's tone, especially when asking who is solving the problem. He didn't give a definite answer, but he could hear the displeasure in Professor Meng's tone. But there was no way. He couldn't tell the old professor on the phone that it was a high school graduate who was solving the problem, right? Tang Pudding's name is already well known in Shonan or now. But who would know about this in the capital? If he really told the truth, Professor Meng might think he was so bored that he was just fooling him. Oh, I'm so tired. Meng Haiqing was also confused after hanging up the phone. What's going on? He had something urgent to do today and didn't attend the meeting, but it turned out to be such a big deal. Has anyone proved the Poincare conjecture live at a seminar? Or a Chinese mathematician? Well, Meng Haiqing has automatically ignored it. Xu Mengchan only said he was a Chinese but did not say he was a mathematician. How could someone who could easily prove the Poincare conjecture using purely topological methods not be a mathematician? Chapter 29, High School Student. No, top scorer in the college entrance examination. Who is using topology to prove the Poincare conjecture? An old man who looked to be at least 50 years old, and whose hair looked like he was in his 70s or 80s, rushed into the meeting room and asked excitedly in a voice as loud as a bell. As a result, the old man received a lot of unhappy and disgusted looks. The meeting room is so quiet, everyone is looking at the solutions. What is this old man doing? Fortunately, Xu Mengchan had been waiting at the door. When he saw the old man rushing in, he quickly stood up. In fact, he was tired of waiting. After all, it's hard to understand what's on the big screen, right? What's even more depressing is that he no longer knows how to communicate with the other two children around him. They were all brought up by Tang Pudding. Xu Mengchan strongly suspected that these two guys also had hidden abilities. For example, just casually solving a world problem or something. Mr. Meng, you are here. The problem is being solved on the big screen, but it has been more than an hour. The staff has their complete. Xu Mengchan was depressed. When he was halfway through saying this, the old professor had already rushed to the podium in a hurry. Well, I hope that the professor who comes later won't be too excited. Professor Meng was indeed very excited at this time. Before he even walked onto the podium, he had already taken out his glasses. Coincidentally, Tang Pudding on the stage had solved a crucial point. Huh? This idea? Very novel. But has the singularity problem been solved? Lao Meng, you are finally here. Come on, take a closer look. The complete solution process is here. Is there any problem with this solution? Lao Meng touched his head. He could hear that Lao Qian's tone was trembling a little. Well, this guy is not a math student. He is a physics student. How can he understand topology? What's going on? Wait, who is that little guy? Old Meng was stunned when he saw Tang Pudding surrounded by stars. Didn't Xiaoshu tell you? This little guy is proving the Poincare conjecture. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Xiangnan this year seems to be called. Wait, what did you just say? Top scorer in the college entrance examination. High school student. Lao Meng felt like his heart was not well. You really can't blame the old professor for looking down on high school students. Ask yourself, have high school students ever looked down on elementary school students when playing King of Glory? This is the contempt chain. When it comes to solving the world's problems, an old professor can indeed look down on a high school student. Forehead. Well, Principal Chen finally remembered that he was indeed a high school student. Although he is a high school student, he is also the top scorer in the college entrance examination. High school student. Old Meng obviously hadn't sorted out his thoughts yet. The top scorer in the college entrance examination. Nimmer, a high school student. Well, he's also the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I say, are you too annoying? Tang Pudding suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, then naturally scolded, you are so old, probably 100 years old in total, how come you act like two elementary school students? Lao Qian and Lao Meng were silent. Suddenly, countless angry eyes from China and abroad were focused on the two of them. It's broken. Damn it, the fun was just about to start because of two old guys bickering. For a group of mathematicians, this problem-solving process is much more exciting than any celebrity concert or Hollywood blockbuster. For a group of mathematicians, the behavior of Lao Qian and Lao Meng is no different from that of a brainless fan who rushed onto the stage to cause trouble during a Stars concert, or a naughty kid suddenly started shouting and fighting King of Glory when the Avengers 4 was in the middle of an exciting scene in the Max Theater. How the hell can I tolerate this? That's right, Lao Qian and Lao Meng have become naughty kids in the eyes of countless people at the scene. As the saying goes, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. The countless glances that swung over were like kitchen knives, instantly making the two of them blush, lower their heads, and dare not say a word. Look at the solution, look at the solution. Lao Qian said softly. Old Meng nodded honestly. He stood obediently behind the staff. Fortunately, Tang Pudding glanced at the two of them and finally turned his attention back to their computer. Oh, my hands are a little sore. It turns out that being a qualified troublemaker is not that easy. But there is no way. It is still a bit difficult to prove this thing. In order to make these guys understand, I have to write the process in detail, otherwise it seems more tiring to explain. So, that's all we can do. Fortunately, we are almost done, and now we have reached the last step. Constrain all the dumbbell singularities to the trend and continue. Lao Meng and Lao Qian stopped arguing in full view of the public. Although Lao Meng's mentality was still not so peaceful, he had already focused on the proof process. The staff had already prepared the previous inference process. It turns out that this is possible. 5 minutes later, Mr. Meng. Another exclamation was uttered. This attracted countless dissatisfied glances. This old man talks a lot of nonsense. But in fact, these foreign mathematicians also talk a lot of nonsense. It just didn't happen on site, but on Twitter and Facebook. For example, John. His Twitter was very lively at this time. The reason is simple, he just posted a very eye-catching title on Twitter. Translated, it means, surprise, a Chinese high school boy has booked the next Fields Medal in advance because he did this. Below is a photo of Tang Pudding sitting on the podium solving problems. There are also a few photos that demonstrate key points. Really, the title was chosen as a mathematician's own idea. However, it inadvertently conformed to the essence of the shock body, and immediately excited a group of foreigners who had not received much education and baptism of the shock body. What did the Chinese boy do? Is that solving a problem? Oh my god. I looked at the photo carefully. Is this proving the Poincare conjecture? This idea is very clear. Yes, it is proving the Poincare conjecture, and it uses a purely topological method. Smith, do you understand? Finally, a person who studies topology was found, John quickly asked on Twitter. Mr. Smith did not reply. But it excited the crowd of onlookers. Let me ask you, what is the Poincare conjecture? Is it edible? To share some science with the people above, this is one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the millennium. A conjecture gave birth to 5 Fields Medal winners. Oh my god. So awesome. Wow, How old is that Chinese boy? A high school student. I felt my knees go weak. So he is China's Einstein? I also want to kneel down to a Chinese high school student. How is that possible? A high school student shouldn't even be 20 years old. When did he start studying topology? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Is this Mr. John trying to attract attention? But you see, the person introducing me is a real mathematician, a mathematics professor at an Ivy League university. Wow, everyone go next door, this boy is also on Professor Person's Twitter. Chapter 30, A Journalist with Integrity. Just like that, the big news that a Chinese high school student proved the Poincare conjecture quickly became a hot topic on Twitter. The popularity of the trending searches even surpassed that of a certain Twitter-governing celebrity, thanks to John's shocked style. By the way, he also explained to countless foreign netizens what the Poincare conjecture is all about. Of course, it also shocked many people in China. Although it is difficult to access Twitter in the general environment, it is not a problem at all for many media outlets that specialize in this field. After all, we need to keep abreast of international news trends. As the saying goes, for domestic news, look at Weibo, and for foreign news, look for Twitter. Whether it is Weibo or Twitter, anything that can become a trending search is naturally excellent news material. Luo Xiong is the editor of a non-famous website. A small web editor without a press card. My daily job is to find various news suitable for reporting on Weibo and Twitter, and then post them on their website to attract attention. There's a lot of work to do but little pay, and I always have to take the blame. But there is nothing we can do about it, 50 cents is still money. And this work can be done in front of the computer. For a bachelor's degree graduate from a non-key university, this job is quite satisfactory. I can be the first to get in touch with all kinds of new things, and I can also get 5,000 or 6,000 yuan every month, which only has 3 insurances but no housing fund. This amount of money is certainly nothing in Beijing, and it is even a low salary, but it is no problem to have enough food and clothing. At least he won't have to live in the basement. The main reason why I support him in this hopeless career and keep fighting for it, and even start to actively become immune to all the abusive comments below, is laziness. Although the company is not big, there is air conditioning in the office area. A mobile phone and a computer, you can work at any time. You don't have to work in 3 shifts in the factory, and you don't have to run around outdoors on hot days like a salesperson. I check Weibo, look at Twitter, look at pictures and write some text, and the day is over. How relaxing. And today, when he was browsing Twitter, he discovered something new. What? A Chinese high school student proved a worldwide problem, the Poincare conjecture. He doesn't even need to go to Baidu to search for what the Poincare conjecture is. The various comments under Twitter have already explained it very clearly. Even after reading the explanation, he still didn't quite understand what the significance of this conjecture was. But it was enough for him to know that the news was explosive enough. Start integrating information immediately. Fortunately, there are many people on Twitter about. There are several posts on this topic. The tweeters are all mathematicians. They are either professors at this university or graduate students at that famous research institute. They are all great experts in mathematics. Although these people are not like celebrities, such as Tom Hanks, Schwarzenegger, and Teacher, everyone knows their names, but the organizations behind them are awesome. Professors from Harvard, Yale, Columbia, Cambridge, etc. Krohn Institute, Fields Institute of Mathematics. The name sounds grand and elegant, doesn't it? So many people collectively supporting a Chinese high school student, this in itself is big news. And through the entire information, Luo Xiong finally sorted out the context of the incident. These awesome mathematicians were invited to Tsinghua University to attend a seminar in the field of applied mathematics, and then for some reason a high school student attended the meeting. It would have been fine if he had just attended the event. He also went straight to the stage and began to use pure topological methods to prove the Poincare conjecture. According to these mathematicians, this is a challenge that has never been taken before and will never be taken again, and now it seems that this challenge is close to success. Well, this is definitely big news. The only thing that made him depressed was that so many foreigners mentioned this matter on Twitter, but no one revealed the name of the protagonist. Such important information was overlooked. No one mentioned why this high school student was able to attend this meeting. This made Luo Xiong feel a little depressed. No matter how many news stories he wrote, he could never be sure whether they were true or false. Even when he knew that the ears were fake, he still made them sound real. But with his sensitivity, today's news is almost certain to be true, but no matter how it is written, it will definitely be considered false. If so many mathematicians hadn't collectively confirmed it on Twitter, even he probably wouldn't have believed it. High school students is a bit exaggerated, they should at least be college students. But what can he do? Big news, whether you believe it or not, you have to post it. Of course, the most important thing is to think of a good title first. Forget about the thriller style, this is regular news, so of course the title has to be regular as well. A Chinese high school student solved a difficult math problem that amazed countless foreign math professors. The Fields Medal is a sure win. Although the title is a bit long, Luo Xiong is very satisfied with it. After all, he always. The ending is perfect, that's what those tweets say. What a mess. Small websites these days are getting more and more outrageous. They are so shameless. The reputation of us journalists is being ruined by these messed up guys. Xu Xiaowen looked at the explosive news that was suddenly pushed out and grumbled angrily to her colleagues around her. What the hell is this? She even clicked on it to take a look. A high school student proved the Poincare conjecture in front of Chinese and foreign mathematicians. What news? A colleague leaned over to take a look. It is said that a high school student proved the Poincare conjecture in front of many world-class mathematicians, and was recognized by these world mathematicians. Xu Xiaowen said concisely. What is the Poincare conjecture? A colleague asked. A research institute is offering a $1 million reward for a proof of a difficult mathematical problem. Let me put it this way. If a high school student can prove a math problem of this level, I'll do anything he asks me to do. Xu Xiaowen casually explained, hey, you're a liberal arts student. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the editor-in-chief's office was suddenly opened. Editor-in-chief Zhang came out in a hurry and said loudly, Xiaoshu, hurry up and get ready. There is an interview assignment. Is there any big news? Xu Xiaowen immediately perked up. As a young and beautiful reporter from Beijing TV station, she was always ready to report a major news exclusively. Today is the most rushed day for the editor-in-chief. Could it be that her chance has come? Yes, big news. Xiao Yang called just now and said that at the mathematics seminar held by Tsinghua University today, a high school student solved a global mathematical problem. There are reporters from other media at the scene, so hurry over and try to interview that high school student. Editor-in-chief Zhang said succinctly. Xu Xiaowen was stunned. What's going on? Isn't it such a coincidence? She had just seen a high school student proving the Poincare conjecture on the internet, so the editor-in-chief arranged this interview assignment for her. Is the news on the internet true? Chapter 31 Sitting and Standing. When Xu Xiaowen rushed to the door of the conference room in the School of Mathematical Sciences building of Tsinghua University, she could hear the enthusiastic and loud applause from inside through the door. Well, this applause certainly couldn't be a welcome for her. So it has been proven. Then isn't she still a little late? Well, it's not too late actually. There are photographers in the station, so there must be audio and video files. She came here mainly to see if there is a chance to interview the protagonist of today's problem solving. On their way here, the resourceful editor had already sent her a general introduction to the person she was going to interview. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Southern Huen Province this year had a total score of 746. This score is also ranked first among all candidates who took the national paper 2 in the country. If it weren't for the magical local independent examination questions, it would definitely be number 1 in the country. Well, at least he's a top student. However, just as Xu Xiaowen had accepted the fact that the top student had solved the world's mathematical problems, another critical blow came. The top student comes from an ordinary high school in Star City. The ordinary high schools here are different from the ordinary high schools in the official sense. Just literally. This high school is just ordinary, with no highlights. It has neither a glorious history nor profound heritage, nor strong faculty. It is certainly not the object of favoritism of high-quality students. It ranks 87th among the city's private high schools, which is among the bottom 30%, even lower than many private high schools. But in such a high school, a top student was born who would shock the world. This information directly overturned Xu Xiaowen's 3 views. She had begun to doubt whether her idea of settling down in Beijing and buying a house in the school district of a key school so that her children could receive elite education from an early age was correct. So IQ is still the most important. With this thought in mind, Xu Xiaowen pushed open the door of the conference room, showed her TV station's interview pass to the security guard, and looked towards the podium. The first thing you see is a young face. It wasn't because Tang Pudding was so handsome that Xu Xiaowen spotted his face in the crowd at first sight, but his standing posture on the stage surrounded by many stars made it difficult for her not to notice this top scorer in the college entrance examination. Shaking his hands that felt a little numb, Tang Pudding felt that he was really tired today. I typed words and symbols on the keyboard for 2 hours. It's so hard, I really don't deserve his little arms that have been reborn 6,666 times. But there is no way, who let be you. Studenting has set a small goal for himself. Not to earn 100 million yuan, but just to make his college life smoother and to do as he pleases. Is it easy for him? Thank you, everyone. Now please all non-Chinese friends sit down, and all Chinese friends please continue to stand. Thank you for your cooperation. Tang Pudding waved his hand ostentatiously and said with a smile on his face. The speech was in Chinese and most people wore simultaneous translation headphones. As the focus of the whole audience, he had no doubt that the translator would diligently translate his words into multiple languages. Sure enough, the applause paused, and the foreign friends sat down with a look of doubt on their faces, while all the Chinese people still stood there with a look of doubt on their faces, not knowing what this guy was up to. The same was true for Xu Xiaowen, who had just walked in. Let all the foreigners sit down and let our people stand. What is this guy trying to do on the plane? Xu Xiaowen was just confused, but Xu Menchang suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't know whether to say it or not. Well, although he had only been in contact with Tang Pudding for 1 day, Xu Menchang knew that this guy often had some strange ideas in his mind, and once they were spoken out, they might be a trap. But he is a person of low status and his words are not taken seriously. Should he be asked to rush onto the stage and cover Tang Pudding's mouth in such an occasion? As expected, Xu Menchang was not disappointed at all. Tang Pudding's next words made Xu Menchang break out in a cold sweat unconsciously. Har har, everyone is sitting down. Well, I have to say that all of you sitting here are garbage. Yes, that's right, I mean all of you sitting here. Tang Pudding was still smiling and speaking in Chinese. What made Xu Menchang and countless school leaders on the stage collapse was that while he was smiling and saying these words, he also stretched out one hand, raised a thumb, and turned a full circle towards the foreign friends sitting below. Especially when facing their direction, the thumb pen takes the longest time. Of course Xu Menchang knew that this guy did it on purpose for John to see. People who don't understand Chinese, just looking at his expressions and gestures, would definitely think that this guy is praising everyone. These words obviously stunned the simultaneous interpreter, who was stuck. After a while, the English simultaneous translation came. Translation. Well, that is, all my friends who are sitting here, you are all great for persisting and watching my proof. Thank you everyone. Well, when the English simultaneous translation finally came from the headphones, Xu Menchang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the translator invited today is very sensible. As expected, after a moment of silence, the audience burst into warm applause again. Xu Xiaowen, who was not wearing headphones, was stunned. She has witnessed the style of this top scorer in the college entrance examination. Does this guy know what the occasion is today? How could you say such a thing in public? Doesn't he know that the scene is recorded? What the hell is that super enthusiastic applause, and the smiles and enthusiastic applause on the faces of those foreign friends? And the faces of the leaders on the stage were filled with awkward yet polite smiles. Was she really at a world-class applied mathematics conference? Well, it is. After Tang Pudding finished his speech, everyone realized that the microphone must not be kept in this guy's hands anymore. Well, thank you Tang Pudding for your wonderful proof today. I believe everyone has understood Tang Pudding's proof ideas. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the final proof of the Poincare conjecture. I think these achievements are all based on the accumulation of our predecessors. Let us once again thank Tang Pudding for his wonderful contribution to our seminar today with warm applause. I declare that today's seminar is temporarily suspended. We will continue the content we need to discuss at the original time tomorrow. Dear mathematicians from all over the world, we have prepared a sumptuous lunch for you. You are all welcome to join us. Of course, all expenses incurred due to the postponement of the seminar will be borne by Tsinghua University, the organizer of this event. Now please follow our staff to the school cafeteria for dinner. Thank you. The host's words were very timely. The meaning is very simple. We won't have a meeting today. Let's just eat and have fun. Well, since we can't deal with tang pudding in front of foreign friends, can we postpone the meeting? Chapter 32 Intermediate Plan. Although the meeting was postponed, Xu Xiaowen was still unable to interview Tang Pudding at the first opportunity. As soon as the meeting was over, Tang Pudding was escorted to another meeting by teachers and leaders. She also failed to interview Qin Yao and Qi Chen. Because these two classmates of Tang Pudding were also taken to attend the meeting by a teacher named Xu. Well, it's rare to see so many school leaders bringing 3 students who just finished the college entrance examination to a meeting. But Xu Xiaowen is patient. She can wait. Classmate Tang Pudding has already aroused her interest, and she doesn't believe that she can't dig up all the information about this top student. What Xu Xiaowen didn't know was that Tang Pudding was not so much being dragged to a meeting as being in a negotiation. The two parties in the negotiation were naturally the leaders and professors of Tsinghua University, and the 3 academic masters from Xingchen No. 8 Middle School. No, that's not accurate either. In fact, there was only Tang Pudding on the other side. The remaining 2 people were able to remain calm throughout the whole process, and their mental quality is far beyond that of ordinary people. Let Qi Chen and Qin Yao speak. Forget it, Xu Mengchang's previous judgment was correct. As a vice-ministerial unit, Tsinghua University's leadership is still very powerful. Of course, the leader's power can intimidate Qi Chen and Qin Yao, but it cannot intimidate Pudding. Student Tang Pudding, what you just said is that in order to apply for Tsinghua University, you must agree to establish your own major. Not to participate in any exams organized by the school, but only to obtain research results. Principal Chen confirmed again on behalf of the school. In fact, Principal Chen knew about Tang Pudding's genius idea. Xu Menghaichang just reported this to him. But he was afraid that other principals and professors didn't hear it clearly. That's right, Principal Chen, that's what I thought and said. Tang Bu responded confidently. Teacher Xu, who was sitting next to Tang Pudding, had a blank expression on his face, but his heart was filled with emotion. This guy made a request, and he really raised this request, which made him want to beat someone up in front of the school leaders. If possible, Xu Mengchang really wanted to go to Xingqing immediately and say to Tang Dazhuang and Yang Meiru with tears in his eyes, "Thank you for your hard work. It's really hard to raise this naughty kid to this age." As expected, the school leaders and professors on the opposite side looked at each other in bewilderment. Self-built majors, especially a school that has just entered the school to build its own majors. There has never been such a thing in history, has there? Said the other principal, looking at Tang Pudding kindly. Well, Xu Mengchang could understand the kind look in his eyes. This principal studied mathematics. So, don't you think we are creating history together? Don't you think that when the leaders make this decision and put it into practice, it means that we have created a history that will be recorded in the history books in the future? What's even more exciting is that perhaps all the leaders will be remembered by history for this incident and written into history books. Isn't this something that makes everyone look forward to it? Tang Pudding said in an impassioned and persuasive tone. Xu Mengchang tried his best but only managed to make the corners of his mouth twitch unconsciously twice. This guy really dares to say that. And it's even written into history books. Will it be written into history books and despised by future generations? The leaders looked at each other. Mr. Tang Pudding, I have to admit that your idea is really, radical, but have you ever thought about it? This is actually very difficult. Principal Chen began to organize his words. He still hoped to dissuade Tang Pudding from this idea. After all, Tang Pudding is a good candidate. He just finished high school and he can solve the world's math problems on his own. What a great talent. Well, how the hell is this a seedling? They have grown into towering trees, right? If it weren't for this incident, Tang Pudding would have been kicked out as soon as he made this request. But now, Principal Chen thinks we still need to talk. I know, but I think this is a good thing. Look, if we have one more department, we can at least have one more dean, and we can add another position for the school, which can be used to sell favors. There's nothing much to do with a newly established department anyway. And with one more department, the 3 of us won't have to take up admission quotas from other departments of Tsinghua University. This will save 3 places for students from all over the country who are determined to go to Tsinghua. Let's celebrate together. Tang Pudding was still very confident. Then do you know that this needs to be reported to the Ministry of Education? The vice president in charge of administration couldn't help but interrupt. What? Don't tell me that you're the vice president of Tsinghua University, but you still don't have any acquaintances in the Ministry of Education. Tang Pudding said with disdain, especially the pair of small eyes that swept over, almost silently accusing, how did you get into trouble? A certain principal almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, is this a matter of whether there is an acquaintance or not? Is it the same thing? Hey, don't tell me so much. A real man would not waste time. If you are willing to let us come, just set up a new department. If we can't reach an agreement, forget it. I will contact other schools. It's such a simple thing. It's not straightforward at all. Tang Pudding continued to stimulate. Xu Mengchan still had an expression as calm as a mountain. Facts have proved that the leader's deterrent power not only failed to scare this little guy, but also had a tendency to be killed in return. It would be best for him to say nothing at this time. Anyway, things have come to this point and he has no say in the matter. Or, let me give you a suggestion. Mr. Meng, who had been studying Tang Pudding's problem-solving strategy throughout the meeting, spoke up. Ever since he started reading the proof process given by Tang Pudding, Mr. Meng has fallen in love with this young man more and more. It's a pity that his granddaughter is only 8 years old, otherwise he could introduce the two to each other. Such a smart guy, he must have good genes. It is indeed not realistic to set up a new department, and there is not enough time. However, we can also give special treatment to special talents at Tsinghua University. It's just a matter of putting up a sign. We can temporarily announce to the outside world that Tang Pudding and his 2 classmates have applied for our mathematics department, but they don't take up the quota for the School of Mathematics. Then we will vacate a classroom and an office in our School of Mathematics and Science and hang a sign of the new department. Of course, the 3 students can also choose not to take the school exams as requested before. However, how about we make a bet? We will set a 1-year deadline. If you can produce decent research results, no problem. The school will actively prepare for the establishment of a new department and guarantee that a new department will be established during your sophomore year. But if there are no results, I'm sorry, but the 3 of you will be merged into the School of Mathematics and Science and start attending classes at Tsinghua like normal students. How do you think? Mr. Meng proposed a middle plan with a smile. Chapter 33. Hey, you have no status. The meeting is suspended. Tang Pudding, Qi Chen, Qin Yao and Xu Mengchan were politely asked to leave the meeting room by the staff. Before leaving, Tang Pudding walked naturally to the air conditioner in the corner of the conference room and pressed it. The leaders were all preoccupied with their own thoughts and didn't pay attention, but Xu Menghai kept paying attention to this eccentric genius who both made him happy and worried. What were you doing just now? Xu Mengchan asked anxiously as he walked out of the meeting room. You were kicked out too. Oh, admissions teachers really have no status. Tang Pudding did not answer, but just sighed to himself. Xu Mengchan's face quickly turned dark, and he even forgot what he had asked just now. Damn it. He is just an admissions teacher. The people in the conference room are either the principal or the academician. How can he compete? Can he? Not to mention why this guy doesn't he say that he is much younger than those leaders. Don't bully young people because they are poor and don't understand. Well, Xu Mengchan discovered that the guy in front of him definitely had special abilities, a kind of special ability that made people want to attack him when they saw him. Pudding, I found out, you are natural MT. In the lounge next to the conference room, Qi Chen looked at Xu Mengchan's face, which looked like he didn't want anyone to enter, and complimented him softly. Qi Chen now admires his deskmate more and more. Not to mention solving problems, just 2 sentences can make the teacher who can only look up to him feel extremely excited. This ability is what Qi Chen wants most. Do you think it's a good feeling to have people want to beat you to death but you can't do anything about it? Do you want to learn it? Tang Pudding glanced at Qi Chen and asked. Xu Mengchan, who was sitting next to him, looked even darker. Although he really wanted to say yes, Qi Chen felt that he still had to give the teacher some face, so he could only nod like a chick pecking at rice. But your strength doesn't allow it. Tang Pudding continued with a serious sigh. Qi Chen was stunned, his expression looking exactly like Xu Mengchan's. Does this guy just want to kill the conversation? Phut. Qin Yao couldn't hold it in and accidentally laughed out loud. She had never realized before that Tang Pudding had such a funny side, so what else was this guy hiding? Yao Yao, are you suddenly curious about me? Tang Pudding asked suddenly. Qin Yao was stunned. So she brought trouble upon herself. I tell you, when a woman becomes curious about a man, she is the beginning of the trap. I admit that I am very good, so the competition you will face is very severe. If you want to win my heart, you can consider the maid outfit I told you about before. Remember to make it lace-edged. Tang Pudding said sincerely. Qin Yao had a blank expression on her face. Well, if she hadn't told Xu Menchang in person that she would always follow Tang Pudding, she would have smashed this guy to death with a chair. Now the four people in the lounge were completely speechless. Tang Pudding once again achieved the feat of ending a conversation in just 3 sentences. In the other conference room, school leaders were holding urgent consultations. Meng, are you serious? Yeah. That's against the rules. Are we really going to do this? Will people laugh at us? There's no precedent. Old Meng waved his hand, rejected all the opinions, and said in a sonorous voice, what does it matter if there is no precedent? Who dares to laugh at us? Does the emergence of one more department mean that Tsinghua University is no longer the same Tsinghua University? Where is your confidence? Is there a precedent for reform and opening up? Isn't it like crossing the river by feeling the stones? Are you going to push away talents like Tang Pudding? Besides, didn't I set the conditions? It's only 1 year for now. If they don't achieve anything within a year, this promise will be invalid. If they do achieve something, it's during their time at Tsinghua. The honor belongs to Tsinghua and everyone. Don't you want Tsinghua to produce a Fields Medal winner in the future? There isn't one at Peking University. The series of rhetorical questions, full of momentum, instantly shut everyone up. Yes. What Tsinghua University needs for its century is the spirit of innovation. What are they afraid of? A joke. Who is laughing at whom? Is there any other school in the country that can recruit a student who can prove the Poincare conjecture right after entering school? You can brag about this for a long time, right? Okay, I agree in principle. However, there should be quantitative standards for achieving results, right? Principal Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. This sentence completely opened up everyone's thinking. Well, since it's an achievement, at least it should be able to publish an academic paper in a journal ranked in the top 10 in the world. Someone added. That's fine. What if that guy wants to do some research? At least it should win a National Innovation Award, or achieve greater economic or social value. Well, this specific quantitative standard can also be adopted later. Anything else? I have to win a Nobel Prize once during my 4 years of college. This. Lao Cao, isn't this a bit too much? Letting a college student win the Nobel Prize. Lao Chen felt guilty. Wait, don't you feel a little cold? Lao Meng suddenly said. You know what, it does feel quite cold. Hey, who set the air conditioner to 16 degrees? Xiao Zhang, why set the temperature so low? Lao Chen said dissatisfiedly. No, it's always been 26 degrees. Eh? No, it seems like that high school student pressed the air conditioner a few times when he left just now, said the staff member who hurried into the meeting room depressedly. The group of elderly people, who were several hundred years old in total, were stunned. After a while, Lao Cao said quietly, well, let me add one more thing. You are not allowed to cause trouble during your time at Tsinghua. I absolutely don't want to clean up his mess. All the leaders agreed and nodded one after another. Even old Meng, who liked Tang Pudding the most, nodded more frequently than anyone else after touching the goosebumps on his exposed arms. The leaders have agreed to your request in principle, but at the same time, the school also has a few requirements. In the middle of the meeting, Xu Menchang was called into the conference room, and after being given instructions, he became a mouthpiece. This shows that the leaders no longer want to talk directly to Tang Pudding. Xu Menchang could understand, especially when he knew that Tang Pudding had turned the air conditioner to the lowest temperature before leaving the meeting room, almost causing a group of the country's precious treasures to catch a cold. Well, for the sake of the leader's health, he must do a good job of passing the message. Otherwise, what if the leaders get angry and become ill? In Principal Chen's own words, you caused this trouble. You come to solve it. The next sentence is Lao Meng's original words. Tang Pudding must come to Tsinghua. But he must come according to our requirements. Xiaoshu, it's up to you. Xu Mengchang almost cried at that time. When Tang Pudding said those words just now, he suddenly wanted Zhang Huaqing to appear in front of him and take away this big trouble. Chapter 34. Let us sign the contract. Oh. What conditions? Tang Pudding nodded cooperatively. First and foremost, strictly abide by the school's rules and regulations while you are in school. Do not mess around. Xu Mengchang explained the key points. This is the bottom line. I understand this. It's necessary. Tang Pudding nodded readily, which made Xu Mengchang's heart beat more smoothly. However. But anything is allowed unless prohibited by law. Right? Tang Pudding asked back with a smile. My little heart, which was beating smoothly just now, suddenly skipped a beat again. Xu Mengchang suddenly felt that he should advise the school leaders to carefully review the school rules and regulations to see if there were any loopholes. A genius with a high IQ wants to find loopholes. Well, just thinking about it makes Xu Mengchang shudder. Let's talk about this later. Second, the school agrees to your request in principle, but you have to follow Professor Meng's plan. That is to say, for the time being, it is just a signboard, and no one will be in charge of your new department, but you must make achievements within 1 year. There is a quantitative standard for this achievement. If you are doing academic research, within 1 year, the three of you must publish at least one paper in the world's top 10 academic journals. If you are doing applied research, you must achieve greater economic and social effects. The specific quantitative standard for this economic effect is 10 million yuan. The social effect can be winning various heavyweight awards encouraged by the state for scientific and technological inventions. Is there any problem with this? Xu Mengchang said again. So simple. Tang Pudding looked at Xu Mengchang in surprise. Xu Mengchang was about to faint. Why could he read from this guy's eyes that, you look down on me? Suddenly, Xu Mengchang came up with an idea and gave an additional condition. The Poincare conjecture you proved before doesn't count. We need new research results. Oh. Then go in and ask the school leaders for me. For example, if we do scientific research and come up with a small project that can be sold for hundreds of millions, the profits will of course belong to us, right? Tang Pudding waved his hand. Xu Mengchang rolled his eyes. Okay, a small project worth a few hundred million. Damn, you can do a small project worth several hundred million, but you still come to clean up. Why is Hua studying? Just as he was about to say this, Xu Mengchang suddenly held back. It seems that she didn't expect to study at Tsinghua University. It seems that he dragged her here. After glaring at Tang Pudding, Xu Mengchang still chose to walk into the meeting room obediently. As a mouthpiece, you must have the awareness of being a mouthpiece. A small project worth several hundred million. The school leaders are so annoyed. Is Tsinghua University a school that is short of hundreds of millions? It seems that there is indeed a lack of. There is no school that is not short of it. A few hundred million yuan can build the most modern teaching building. But is a few hundred million still considered a small project? People are so restless. A certain big shot has set a bad example. Life's small goal is to make 100 million first. This directly led to the leaders being in a dilemma when faced with a student problem. Wait, what are you thinking? A college student who just entered the school, do you really think he can make hundreds of millions by just casually setting up a project? Lao Qian said with great sorrow. That seems to be true. Damn, I almost got fooled. Fortunately, Principal Qian had foresight and saw through the enemy at a glance. No, it was just the nonsense of some student with a bad taste. Well, why does everyone feel like their IQ has collectively dropped? It must have been caused by the Poincare conjecture. Tell him that if he can really come up with a project worth hundreds of millions, the money will of course all be theirs. Also, if he is really that capable, the school will have other rewards. Principal Qian waved his hand generously. Just go for it. If you make good results, the money will be yours, and the school will be honored. If you can really make a few hundred million, the school will give you additional rewards. After receiving a positive response from Principal Qian, Xu Mengchang also became very confident. Then it's settled. Let's sign the contract. It needs to be stamped with the official seal. Tang Pudding nodded and said calmly. Attitude, don't be happy with things, don't be sad with yourself. What? Sign a contract. Xu Mengchang was stunned again. How refreshing. A big project involving hundreds of millions of yuan without signing a contract. What if the school refuses to acknowledge our responsibility and asks for a share of the money? Also, what if they promised us that we would apply for a separate department if we made achievements and they refuse to acknowledge our responsibility? Don't think you can fool us just because we are young. People born in the 90s are very mature. Tang Pudding said as a matter of course. Xu Mengchan suddenly felt that something was wrong. To recruit a student, you have to sign a contract first. However, before he could react, Tang Pudding started to confess again. Well, besides, our tuition and miscellaneous fees should be waived, right? And outstanding students like us should get some rewards, right? Convert it into the cost of building the department. Hurry up and report it together. Don't be so fussy. You are so grown up, can't you be more efficient? You still have a little kid to push you. Xu Mengchan has made a decision. Well, he is a people's teacher. People's teachers love the people and children, so they cannot use violence casually. Sign a contract. The leaders were furious. Should we give them a special signing ceremony? Hey, everyone, please calm down. From Tang Pudding's perspective, this is understandable. After all, compared with the students, the school is obviously in a dominant position. As a student with aspirations, it is understandable to have some concerns. Lao Meng came out to smooth things over again. After that, Lao Meng looked at Xu Mengchan again and asked eagerly, Xiaoshu, tell Tang Pudding that he can sign the contract. By the way, please ask him when he plans to compile the paper on topology proving the Poincare conjecture. Which journal will he publish it in? Xu Mengchan suddenly wanted to cry. Damn, can't you just talk face to face? Do you really treat him as a mouthpiece? The school leaders have agreed. We will sign the contract this afternoon. In addition, Professor Meng asked me to ask you, when will the paper on topology proving the Poincare conjecture be finalized? Which journal are you going to publish it in? Xu Mengchan dutifully conveyed the leader's original words to Tang Pudding. What? I need to organize that crappy paper. Who wants to organize it? It's none of my business. You can publish it in any journal you want, as long as my name is on it. Well, that's it, can we go eat now? As a budding flower of the motherland, I'm hungry. Tang Pudding said generously that it was impossible to organize the thesis, not in this lifetime. Okay, I understand. Go find the staff to take you to dinner. By the way, the contract will be signed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before signing the contract, a reporter from Beijing TV wants to do an exclusive interview with you. Remember to promote our Tsinghua University in the interview? Xu Mengchan said woodenly. Chapter 35, Interview and Chinese Translation. Tang Pudding refused to be interviewed from the bottom of his heart. But this time, the little arm was not able to twist the thigh. The conversation at that time was as follows. Actually, I don't want to. No, you think. Why? Because Beijing TV is a cooperative unit of Tsinghua University. This is a very strong reason. Tang Pudding can even infer that if he does not accept the interview, then the finalized contract may not be signed. The failure to sign the contract meant that his expected wonderful college life might be in jeopardy. The wonderful college life has changed. Well, how can he enjoy the 4 years of college life? The reporter who interviews me must be a woman, and she must be young, pretty and attractive to the eyes, otherwise I will never comply. Even if he had to make a temporary strategic surrender, Tang Pudding had to do it with reason and restraint. Well, the above conditions must be met. So Xu Xiaowen finally interviewed this young genius 2 hours after arriving at Tsinghua University. Pick one and get two free, including the second and third place winners from Shonan. Hello everyone, my name is Xu Xiaowen, and I'm in charge of today's interview. Xu Xiaowen? I know a very arrogant guy named Xu Xiaoqian. You are not his sister, are you? Tang Pudding asked. Coincidence, absolutely a coincidence, I don't have a brother. After a brief conversation, the 4 people sat down face to face, and the photographer next to them began to adjust the equipment. Is this your first time recording a TV show? It's okay, relax. The recording hasn't started yet, so we can chat like friends. The weather is nice today. Xu Xiaowen said with a warm smile. This is a necessary routine for interviewing reporters. For those who are being interviewed for the first time, it is necessary to eliminate the nervousness. Boring. Tang Pudding glanced at the female reporter opposite him and made a sincere comment. Are you kidding? He wouldn't be nervous even if it was a live broadcast, let alone this was just a recording. Xu Xiaowen's smile gradually froze. What pudding means is that he is not nervous at all. Hello, Sister Xu, I am Tang Pudding's translator today. Qin Yao spoke softly, which immediately made Xu Xiaowen feel favorable towards her. But Qin Yao's words made her a little confused. Translation: Chinese to Chinese. Har har, the translation means this guy doesn't know how to do it. I have to help him get it over with, otherwise the task the teacher assigned me will definitely not be completed. Qin Yao looked happy. Xu Xiaowen nodded in understanding. It is said that people with high IQ generally have low EQ. It's normal not to be able to speak. Look, this little girl is very capable. But the other boy seems to be a taciturn person as well. Actually, what I mean is that the interview will be very simple, so don't worry about it. Since you think it's okay, can we get started? The photographer had already made an okay gesture to her. Since our main interviewee today was not nervous, let's get started. Anyway, this is a recorded broadcast and can be edited later. Hello, dear audience friends. In today's News Figures face-to-face program, we are honored to invite the top scorer in the Hunan Province Science College entrance examination, Tang Buding, the second place, Qin Yao, and the third place, Qi Chen. Especially our Xiangnan Province College entrance examination champion Tang Buding, who scored 746 points. In addition, at a high-level mathematics seminar just held by Tsinghua University, Tang Buding used topological methods to prove one of the world's 7 major mathematical problems in the millennium, the Poincare conjecture, in front of many Chinese and foreign mathematicians. This is definitely a remarkable achievement. 5 mathematicians have won the Fields Medal, known as the Nobel Prize in Mathematics, for proving the Poincare conjecture. So we have reason to believe that Tang Buding will be one of the strong contenders for the Fields Medal in the future. So, Mr. Tang Pudding, according to what we have learned, you are only 19 years old this year. When did you start studying the Poincare conjecture? Xu Xiaowen couldn't wait to ask the first question. This is also the question she wants to know most. When? Tang Pudding fell into thought. It was hard to calculate the time. When was the first time he studied this thing after being reborn? Why? Is it inconvenient to answer? Not really. After all, I have been reborn 6,666 times. Har har, Sister Xu, Tang Pudding means that he started studying this topic on June 6, 2016. At that time, well, he was still in the 3rd year of junior high school. That's why his results in the high school entrance examination were not ideal. Xu Xiaowen was a little confused. This Chinese translation really requires a certain level of skill. What did Tang Pudding say just now? Reborn 6,666 times. Damn, does he know that this is a recording program? How dare you say such a joke on the show? Isn't this too indecent? Who do you think she is? It seems that Qin Yao's Chinese translation is still very necessary. Did Tang Pudding start learning topology in junior high school? Tang Pudding glanced at Qin Yao. The woman smiled and didn't respond. Well, he had to speak. Actually, I was reborn in the 1st. Yes, and I have news to tell you. Tang Pudding is actually a genius with an IQ of over 200. But because he doesn't like to be too high profile, he always hides his results during the exams. But because the relationship between the 3 of us is very good, he often guides us in our studies in private. Qin Yao continued to explain with a smile. There is absolutely no new tricks at all, a bad review. Tang Pudding complained in his heart. Well, no one believes the truth anyway, so let this girl fool around however she wants. So that's how it is. No wonder. After all, we got the news that Xincheng No. 8 Middle School is not considered a key school in the entire southern Hunan. Suddenly, 3 outstanding students appeared and took the top 3 places in the province. You are amazing. Xu Xiaowen sighed sincerely. Actually, it's mainly because I'm awesome. Tang Pudding couldn't help but argue. Pudding meant that he had worked very hard to tutor us over the years, and of course, we are very grateful to him. So I made an agreement with Qi Chen that the 3 of us would advance and retreat together, apply to the same school, and study the same major. Xu Xiaowen smiled widely. So that's how it is. I really envy the sincere feelings between you classmates. By the way, have you decided to join Tsinghua University? Yes, we have decided to join Tsinghua University. In 2 months, we will be students of Tsinghua University. So do you have anything to say to your classmates at Tsinghua University? Well, I'm a legend, no one can surpass me. Tang Pudding said arrogantly. Pudding is saying that he is very happy to be admitted to Tsinghua University and become classmates with you all. Today we are proud of Tsinghua, and tomorrow, Tsinghua will be proud of us.